One. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Count as Heroes, the crazy 16-player West Marches campaign where I, Logan, the lone DM, take on 6 of my players at a time, 5 days a week. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. This is a very big day. This may be the end of our first arc, depending on the actions the players take today. Got some interesting things going on. We'll do a quick recap. So basically, over this whole arc, the players have been working with a resistance organization to fight against a corrupt tyrant of a king who is also a vampire, who summoned a very large creature from the depths of the sea called the Leviathan, killed 3,000 people 17 years ago. And then sort of forced people to come back to the city and start rebuilding. And then once the economy got good enough, people decided they could no longer resist the temptation of the good life that the city could provide. Over the past year, people have been returning to the city, including the resistance, slowly seeding people throughout. There's at least 3 cells that the group is aware of. The group is one of them, and they have been slowly working to undermine the king and kind of just work and make sure that things go smoothly for the resistance. One of the biggest twists was that one of the players ended up marrying the king. Their mother, a noble woman, was looking for an arranged marriage. The king heard about it and seized the opportunity to make himself look good, throw a party, and start making some changes in the city for the better at the request of Saldana, the queen. And he's been fairly true to his word. Everything she's asked, he's done, and even then some, going above and beyond to try to prove that he's a good man. They found out during that time that even though he evidently is a vampire, something I'm not sure has actually been proven, only that it's been said. But everyone believes it enough that they are working on a very special ritual that will allow them to remove the vampirism from the king, striking his power from him and giving them an opportunity to end everything once and for all. And that's evidently what's happening tonight. At least that's possibly what's happening tonight. We'll see what actually happens. Over that time, they found out this vampire king also is very religious to a very lawfully good church. That he worships the light, which is the pantheon of the light, and specifically one of the lawful good warrior deities is their chosen favored deity. What else? Anything pressing? During that time, we've had a lot of other smaller things happen that'll be expounded on later, such as the boat lift that was created. That was used a very rare material called air shale, was infected and it's starting to fall apart. The kind of linchpin in the economy of the city. Syl got infected as she's made out of the same material. The bottom of her feet, as she walked around inside of the boat to connect with the air shale, became infected, and she started to grow the same sort of fungus on the bottom of her feet. So she started having to wash daily, something she's never had to do before. Although she does occasionally clean off paint and things that she paints herself with. And in doing so, she helped, at least slow down the process in the boat lift by sharing that information back. Anything else I'm missing, guys?
There's been a lot. We've been spending the last week collecting stuff for that mission to remove vampirism.
Yep.
Some feeling more successful than others.
I thought I went well.
So what are the 5 items you had to collect?
We had to collect... I don't know them in order. If someone knows the first one.
A cauldron.
Mm-hmm.
We had to collect a red cap full of blood.
We got 2 of them.
which I think was supposed to help the ritual or casting or whatever it is.
A large stake made of a tree end. We got a couple of those.
A necrotic treant.
Weeping necrotic tree end.
It was amazing.
A clove of the all garlic, praise be the name.
May it ever be the spice of life.
I think that's it. And yesterday we acquired the Ring of the North. This magical item that we don't really know what it does, but we needed it.
Yes, we were told we needed it.
Okay, you got all 5 items plus the ring?
Plus the ring.
Excellent. So in the book today, the first line it's all Zreet's handwriting. It says, Seldana, expect an unexpected guest. And to the rest of the party, to everyone, it says, I'll meet you at noon at your usual spot to discuss today. So you'll have the morning to do with as you please, as you often do, to get ready and get set and go.
Primeheart would have told Pesk what they were going to do, or at least what some of the party planned on doing this morning.
Pesk was just getting in very early this morning. She had gone with Mesri to go and see the dragon turtles because he was leaving town. So she probably got back very early this morning.
Right. So for what that is, there's another lizard folk in town, and this lizard folk is part of a large or small city that is built on basically a series of very large wheels and a humongous cart that is pulled by 2 dragon turtles. It moves very slowly. It can only move over fairly flat ground, but they are able to move with the seasons around the kingdom, and they move to different spots north and south to move with the seasons and be more comfortable. And doing that, they found that they could get to certain places and harvest rare herbs and spices and arcane elements for different purposes during that time to keep up their to then trade throughout the kingdom. So their whole city moves constantly, several times a year. They stay 2 or 3 weeks in any one place. Actually, the city probably stays in place for probably a season, but they migrate around to the cities around it and go from there. And thank you, Fennec, for reminding me that I want to talk about that donation. So we have a donation. We're testing out our donation thing today because we have a big drive coming up next month. All the money that's donated through the little donation link with the Mo drawn down there will be going towards the Trevor Project, 100% minus the credit card fee. So all of that money goes to the Trevor Project. Every dollar that's spent today will be a die in the pool for a hero die for the players to use. That is probably not the full system we'll be using in the new when we get to the actual drive. But for now, today's the last day for that. So feel free to scoop that up and help us out if you want. All that money goes to the Trevor Project, which we'll talk about a little bit later. You can go to the trevorproject.org, I believe, if you want to learn more about them now. But yes, thank you. So that is, I'm assuming it's 2 dice for everyone, is what that is. There's 6 people, but you also seem to give dice to me, which I love. So that's 2 dice for everyone. Hero dice, which go above and beyond anything you've got. And if I don't know how much you'll need it tonight, but if you do need it, then I'm not going to be too worried about you spending it tonight.
I would like to also point out that providing hero dice to the DM is against the spirit of this charitable moment. So I would like to really urge you to think twice before doing that.
Still, money for the charity is money for the charity.
Some people just want to watch the players burn.
It's true.
Anyway, thank you, Fennec. By the way, I saw your full name come through. I won't out it, but I saw your full name come through at PayPal, and I really like your name. I hope you do too.
It is.
I know
It
it's
is
a tease. I'm sorry, but it's a really awesome name. So I don't know if she'll share it or not. But oh, look who's here! All right, we got lots of awesome people here. Well, thank you all for being here.
Your
Really appreciate it.
favorite
We're going to go ahead and get started. Yes, and I believe thank you for the sub, Flossie, up there in your irritated badger flying around the stars over on Chaotic Goodness Podcast.
And
V is here from Introverts Guild. That's exciting. Thank you for being here. Gosh, look at all these people. Yeah. Okay. Fennec said if she wanted to watch it all burn, she just would have given me all the dice, which I would appreciate.
Anyway.
All right.
So shit's going down.
I can make you not a moderator, Angela. All right.
Can I
Yes.
select something really quickly?
Uh-huh.
You will also be able to find V and myself on October 31st on Nerdsmith for the In Vain podcast. So instead of killing vampires, we are the vampires. Starting October
I heard-
31st.
Seems like
Did I
turnabout's
hear
fair
that
play.
in your first session last night, you actually made the DM cry.
Second, yes, I did. I made both shiny and
It
bad
took
crack.
2 sessions. That's a
Hashtag
little disappointing.
I'm excited.
How is it a spoiler if they're? If
I
just to
don't
make
know.
the DM cry? This is Chad we're talking about. She could have eaten the last Twinkie and he would be crying. So
That's me.
love you, Chad. To be fair, I'd be the same. All right. DMs love Twinkies. What can I tell you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail.
Anywho,
Banana flavored ones. So good.
What is wrong with you?
Logan is chaotic evil.
you're just now discovering that.
The Twinkie thing took me over. I mean,
I am always of two minds. It's very funny when I take house quizzes and I'm like just Logan, everyday Logan, and I answer them kind of that way.
that's your
I'm
house,
always
Logan.
Gryffindor. But when I answer them as my DM persona, when I'm in my DM mode, I am always Slytherin every single.
I wonder why.
I don't know. It's crazy.
Ravenclaw 24/7.
No one's surprised.
Nope, I know. I am very aware.
Alright,
No one is surprised.
Let's get back to this. So you've got the entire morning to do whatever you want to do, except for Sildana, which we'll get to. So who besides Sildana is ready to go?
I'm with
All
Prime
right,
Heart.
Prime Heart. Let me know. What do you do?
Primarch would have awakened before dawn, and he would have woke up GB and Syl and Lark, and whoever else wanted to come along. Not gonna, get to them because they're not here. But whoever wanted to come along, he would first get dressed. He would change out of his usual ratty hood and leathers, and he would wear a plain white cotton tunic, and he would walk out to the Skyroot Forest, where he would just stand and wait, and he had some logs set up, an unusual spot that he had set up, and there he would meet with this young elven couple who wanted to get their vows done. So he would do a sermon, and as the sun was rising, he would have this sermon about how the night is always full of shadows and horrors beyond, but you can always trust on the dawn to come and save the day and quench any darkness. And the sun would rise behind him as it does this, and then he would marry these two individuals and sit and talk with them. And then once that's over, he'd be willing to do whatever else anyone else wants to do.
Very cool. Who wants to follow that?
But I would like to shout out to hashtag Chaos that also just donated.
Who?
Thanks.
Who donated?
Hashtag chaos is the name I got on my phone alert. I did
I
not
got
catch the actual
number
name.
one goddess.
Oh, that's Flossie.
Yes.
Thank you, Flossie. That's 2 more hero dice per person. Not me this time, evidently. Or maybe all 12 are for me. I mean, I don't know. This is Flossie we're talking about.
Don't like.
No, I'm sure it's 2 for each of you. All right,
Sorry.
so Pest?
That's probably would have been getting back into the Skyroot Forest just about time for the ceremony. So she would have found the wreath that Primeheart had left of daisies that Primeheart had left for her, and smiled, and then plucked one of her feathers from her hair and placed it on his pillow as a thank you. And then headed off to she read the book, and so she's heading off to find Syl to make sure Syl is all right after that.
Okay.
Lark was with Primeheart at the wedding in the morning, and he would have, even though it was early, as Primeheart was getting dressed and before we left, he would have gone down into Nathan's kitchen and kind of raided some breakfast food and breakfast items to have a picnic while we were there in the forest before we headed off to lunch and eat again. So it's always food related. So.
All right.
Well, that
GB?
picnic. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, Syl, go ahead.
Just filling in for what was going on. Syl's been very quiet, even during like the sleepover and stuff. And while they were having a picnic, she just sort of sat off to the side and was quiet. It kind of looks like she's meditating a little bit.
Lark has also been more quiet than he usually is.
I think GB's been slightly more energetic than he even normally is. I think he would have tried to be the ring bearer for the couple if they were doing that. And afterwards, I think he doesn't have enough energy to stick around, doesn't have the patience to stick around at the picnic. He's got too much energy, and he goes off into the woods and tries to figure out a way to play hide and go seek with his cat, Familiar, but he always knows where it is, so it just doesn't work. So he finds some squirrels to play with.
And his cat Familiar helps him.
Oh yeah. There's flanking. He gets bonuses. It's good.
So I assume this playing is not consensual on the squirrel's part.
I mean, they're consenting to running away.
Uh-huh. They're at least participating in the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
But they're dire squirrels, though, so be careful.
All right. So while you are doing that, one of the squirrels then runs down into a little hovel, and you find a very irritated badger in there. All right.
I try to get in it.
You try to get in the irritated badger, and now all of a sudden it's a very different kind of screen.
We didn't know that GB had a very intense hunting instinct, but
Saldana.
Hi.
What are you doing this morning? You wake up, you read the book. Javea has breakfast ready for you.
Yeah, Saldana this whole week has been contemplating a lot of things, reading the journals, catching up on everything. And when she reads what happened the other day, she's just contemplating what this is going to mean and how she's going to talk with everyone about what they're going to do to move on, and is expecting an unexpected guest. She would let Javea know that someone would be by at some point that day, or something. So it's just her usual morning routine. I'll get that one, Javea. And I go to open the door. I can do what I want.
Another donation, 6 hero dice for Mo.
Aw, I love it.
Oh, Mo would have been
Thank you,
there.
Secondhand Samurai.
I think did we establish that?
Mo took off, and remember,
Oh, right.
Mo has
Right
not
before-
been back.
All right.
Next time he has a tantrum, we are all fucked.
we left some chocolate on his bed, but we never saw him again.
You left lint-covered, unwrapped chocolate on his bed.
That's
yes.
No, Lark thought it was, but Rosie described it as packaged chocolate in the
Oh, okay,
wrapper,
all
but
right.
it was just old.
I really hope that we've just met our next main villain.
Our next big bad.
Yeah.
We created
No.
The
An emo
John?
teenager? Oh, no.
I can't do that. Think of the merchandise. Come on now, guys.
But you could cross promote.
Exactly.
You could have Mo and the Emodron, and he could just be.
Modron the lunchbox. Modron the t-shirt. Modron the flamethrower.
Oh, you're on the hacky sack.
That's one.
Modron the happy sack. My wife made me a little hacky sack last night. He got a little smudged, but that's okay.
Oh no.
All right.
So who does Saldana see at the door?
Saldana answers the door.
I decided to answer the door, so I do.
So Javea, as soon as while you're eating breakfast, the door knocks. Javea turns to go to the door, and you're gonna.
Well, when you put it that way. No, she'll let Javea do it then.
All right. So Javea goes over, opens the door, and there's a very sort of skittish friend of yours at the door. My brain is shut off, of course.
Can you describe them?
It's Russell's character, and I'm just kind of.
Finko!
How did I fucking forget Finku? I'm sorry. Finku is standing there, and he's just very awkward, and he has a package, and he kind of just he waves and says, "I've got to go," but I was Tira said, "Okay, bye," and he leaves.
That was spot on.
That was pretty accurate.
And she comes over and she's kind of feels the package. It's just kind of brown paper wrapped, and she goes, "I think it's a book. Do you want me to open it somewhere safe?"
No, I'm going to trust.
She doesn't
Tira,
argue
this
because again it's Finku and Tira, so she comes over and puts it down in front of you. Then she picks up some dirty plates and heads into the kitchen.
And Saldana's going to look at it for a bit and say a quick little prayer to Ball before she then goes up and opens the package.
As you open the package, it is a book, fairly unremarkable, and kind of studying, looking over it on the outside, you realize that it looks like it's a spell book. You open to the first page, and inside it says, "Learn it, understand it, be ready." Signed A.
She's going to skim through the pages, just like
You
getting a
start flipping
general
through
idea.
There are only There's only one spell in the book. It takes up 6 pages. Give me an Arcana check. Thank you to Agent of Chaos for giving me.
Wow,
2
that was a
dice.
low roll for me. That was a 12. I have hero dice, correct?
You have at least 4 from today, I think.
I'm rolling one of those, because damn it. Even with expertise, it became a 12.
Would you roll a 2? I guess a 4.
3.
3, all right.
I rolled a 1 on the hero die, so it's a 13.
A 13. So you get the kind of gist of the power of this spell, but you just don't understand it being arcane magic. So you're going to need to take some time to study it. So that's going to cut into a bit of your. How much time do you want to spend?
She's going to spend a good chunk of them. Like she'll be late for the meetup because she's going to be trying to study up on that.
Your goal is to understand this.
Yeah,
You're going to basically go until then or until you're late.
pretty much.
All right. So you take the next hour to study it. Go ahead and give me another check.
Remember, hero dice do stack. You can use more than one of them at a time.
And you can roll them one at a time. You don't have to roll them all at once.
Okay, that's a little
You look
better.
at it, so
18.
18. So as you're flipping through it, you start to understand the concept behind it, and you are not liking any part of it. This spell literally unmakes people. It turns their physical essence to dust. The spell is disintegrate.
Saldana will pause at one point during the reading and just take a moment to think. She goes back to reading.
So you spend a little bit more time with it, and you're pretty sure you understand the concepts behind it and the spell itself. At least have a rudimentary. You're not going to be able to cast it. It's not something you can do, I don't think. It's not on your list. But you at least understand the basics behind it enough to be able to talk about it at a rudimentary level. Javea comes over and asks if there'll be anything else. Knowing that you're going to be leaving soon, she's going to go run to the store.
She just half acknowledges it. Like Javea.
Do you want me to be there today? I can meet you there after I'm done at the store.
I don't know, honestly. There's a lot, and it's... Yes, if you could. If you're able to. Don't force
come by
yourself to.
towards- Okay, I won't force myself. I will at least be there before lunch finishes, and then you can let me know if you want me to stay. I'll be ready either way.
Thank you, Javea.
And she heads out. So you got about an hour left before lunch. What do you do?
She's going to get out her book of Ball and look at it. And out loud, she's going to say, reading this, I've learned so much about you, but there's still so much I don't know. And I know you're one for uncovering secrets and learning the truth. But I don't always know if this is a truth I want to follow. I wish I knew more so that way I could seek more of your guidance. I wish I didn't feel so lost. And I'm trying. I just hope I'm doing good for you. Then she'll go back to reading the spell book.
As you finish talking to the book and you look down, something kind of twinges in the back of your neck a little. And you feel like you're not alone. And you turn around and you look, and Aldeon is standing there, leaning up against the wall, arms crossed. You know that Ball doesn't reveal secrets, he just learns about them. And he walks over and sits down next to you. The pursuit of knowledge, but not the sharing of knowledge. It's not something they teach often.
I wouldn't know. I'm self-taught.
Well, soon that won't be an issue. The temples will be opening again, and everything is going to be right.
I didn't expect that this is something that I would have to do, and she points to the spell book.
It's a lot easier than that seems when you have this. And he puts a very large ring down next to you. It's a silver ring. Almost looks like the guard plate of a face mask, and it goes down and around the edges, and on the sides there are two little diamond placed insets that are empty, and in the center there's a large diamond-shaped inset with a blue gem inside of it.
I take it I'm to use this when the time comes.
Yes, you have to wait for the right moment. I don't know what it will look like. I don't know what will happen. But you have to wait until he is at the weakest.
I didn't think it would have to be me.
You're the only one that can get close enough. You're the only one that can be there at the right moment. Hundreds of people have done the wrong things to get us to this point. All for the right reason. We've got one more thing.
And then what do we do when he's gone? What then? Did you ever think of that?
Extensively. We can talk about it tonight if you like.
Let's just see how today goes.
The simple answer is you take over. We blame it on an assassination, which is not a lie. And then if you wish and don't want to be queen, which I understand, then we look at restructuring, changing the kingdom, making something different. Something where the people get a say in who leads them. We only have one shot at this, Silvana. I don't know if we'll be able to pull all of these pieces together. We're going to expose a lot to make this happen. Tonight is the night.
And what's to happen if I fail? And this whole thing collapses underneath us?
Plan B. Which has a lot smaller chance of succeeding. But it involves contacting the Five and doing things their way. You see what's at stake. You say a few simple words with this, and it all ends. Just has to be the right time. It will not work well if you don't wait for the right time. If he survives this, because we missed the mark, he could kill you in an instant. And he won't stop there. He'll turn Amy and the Nocturne and that creature on the city again. We're ready to destroy the boat lift if necessary. It will destroy the economy of this town, yes, but at least it will save thousands of lives. Maybe more.
Saldana's hands are clenched and they're kind of shaking at this point of the conversation. And she's just staring at the spell book, but she's listening to Aldeon the whole time.
I had really hoped you wouldn't have to be alone. I can't think of any way to get anybody else in there with you. Do you understand what you have to do?
Yes. Very much so. And I accept any risks consequences that will come from this. Whatever that price will be.
Do you want me to have your mother stop by? I haven't told her, I haven't told anybody what you're going to be doing. But your mother, I trust.
It'd be best if I go to her.
Okay. So that I know you haven't seen me much, but I've been following everything you've done, everything all of you've done. You are the most successful group that we've worked with. You have done everything right. You've put up with more than anyone else could have asked. And in the middle of all of it, you were forced to marry the person we are trying to destroy. And you took it in stride. It was difficult, yes. I know it hurt, yes. But you did it, and you're still here, and you're still standing. You didn't run, you didn't balk, you didn't walk away. You stood strong. You are amazing. Don't you shake your head at me.
I'm just one elf who does what her duties entail. That's all.
Yeah. Exactly. And one elf can change the world. And he stands up and leans over and kisses her on the top of the head. Good luck. And he turns and walks out through the kitchen.
Saldana is going to take a few more minutes to just sit there and contemplate before grabbing her book bag and putting in her personal journal, the journal for the Resistance, her Bible's ball, and the spell book. She's going to make her way to the Erastus estate, and you can talk with the others so I can contemplate how I'm going to approach that.
All right. Saldana's going to be a few minutes late, so as you guys start to arrive at the Beer Forge, unless you had something before that.
Did I find Syl? Because that was what I has
Sure, yeah.
gone to me to find Syl this
I'm
morning.
sorry. I didn't realize that there was something you actually wanted to do. I apologize.
It's okay.
You just said check on her, so I didn't know if you wanted to roleplay it. I'm sorry. So go ahead. Yeah, you guys find
we
each other.
don't have to if you need.
No, go
to
for it. Please. No, we have time. Go for it.
So Pescal will find you out in the park. You said, right?
Wherever I was with Prime Heart and
Oh, okay.
Lark out in the forest.
Then I'd find everybody out there and
Sure.
try to pull Syl aside for.
He was sitting on the ground, just sort of like legs crossed and eyes closed, just kind of not talking to anybody.
She'll sit down and throw an arm around you. Are you okay?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I know I'm not your mom, but at least I can give you a hug.
She's got her hands like gripping her knees with her legs crossed, and there's this little twinge, and like she's just tense, and there's just like this little light flicker just like at her chest just a little bit, and she sort of squeezes her knees a little harder and it subsides, and she's just seems to be holding stuff in.
Do you want some help with that?
No, I usually just mix paint when I want to zone out, and I just hadn't started yet.
I know yesterday was hard, and I know that was a really hard decision for you. And I'm sorry I wasn't there to help, to support you.
It's okay.
Just because it's okay doesn't mean you're not still hurting.
I just don't know if I'm up for this anymore.
I know the feeling.
And it's hard to explain to everybody why that was hard. And I know it's just rock to some people, I get it. Or it's super magic, expensive rock that also has some bearing with people, but...
Well, then they're thinking about it wrong because it's a person.
I just felt yesterday like either I was gonna put everybody I care about in danger, or I was gonna let somebody potentially cause way more harm than I could even think of. There wasn't a good choice. There wasn't even like a meh choice.
Well, I mean, sometimes the hardest thing we have to do is choose between the lesser of two evils. And sometimes there is no lesser, and it's just choosing.
I just hope that my mother's not too upset with me.
I think if your mother understood and knew what was at stake and what you're doing to help the people of this town, that she'd be incredibly proud of you and not upset. And if she is upset, then I will take a page out of Bari's book and I will send a strongly worded bouquet in her direction. See, I'm learning. We don't bite people, we just send strongly worded bouquets.
She'll just lean into Pesk.
Pesk will just wrap her arms around her, even though she's not warm and fuzzy like Pip or GB. But just hold her as long as she needs to be held. And look up over at Lark and Primeheart and smile and just give a little nod of, I'm sorry I wasn't there.
Primarch turns from the couple, sees Pesk, and he'll walk over. So, how were the dragon turtles?
Really, really big.
Like to see them someday.
They're really cool. Maybe next time they come back through town, we'll take a trip out there and see them.
Okay. He'll crouch down next to Syl. I hope you don't hate me.
She lets go of Pesk and gives Primarch a really, really big hug.
He'll try to lift you up, but realizing that
Probably not gonna work.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else need in on the group hug?
Lark he's kind of separated from the group as well, just contemplating on his own. Beside him, Foster was laying there, and he keeps looking up, and then he kind of bear crawls a little bit towards Syl and Primeheart, then looks back, and he just does this little like inching closer and closer, and he looks at him. Finally, I just go ahead. And Foster will get up and kind of go over there and just kind of lay beside everybody that's there and Syl and put his head down in front of her.
A squirrel rushes by as GB and Pearl both just like barrel into Foster and join the hug.
That's the cutest shit ever. My heart. It takes a little bit, but the light flickering subsides after a while for Syl.
What did you think of the sermon?
It was really, really nice. You always do a good job.
I use the same one every single time, and whenever I say it, I'm not thinking about anything but what we're doing and what we have done and how we are the Dawn and all that shit.
That should be the new catchphrase.
And all that shit? Or
We're the
just
dawn and all that shit.
It's true, though.
There's a lot of shit.
Ballyhoo.
Ballyhoo, my brother.
I thought it was nice. Yesterday we went to a funeral and a birth, and then we got to see people get married. It was a very nice 24 hours, as these things go.
That's the most I've done in 24 hours. And to do both a funeral and a birth at the same time, that was breathtaking. No pun intended.
It was kind of stressful too, but
Oh, it was fucking
pretty.
stressful as shit. Are you kidding me? Ugh. Sorry.
It's
I'm so
okay.
sorry.
It was the first haircut that I didn't cry at, so that's nice.
I never had a haircut.
That's good for you. It's better that way.
I just lose feathers sometimes.
I've had to trim my hat before.
Get the little fuzzies off of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You would all note that because of the way that the tunic is, it kind of cuts down the front and also cuts down the back as well. And you notice that on his back is a series of tick marks with a script on the top of it in like a language that only Lark, I think, knows, Giant. But yeah, he has that. It's usually hidden by his like hood and clothing, but he has a series of tick marks on his back.
Hey, Primeheart. GB knows Giant.
It's a prayer. So pretty much, it's almost exactly what he said. So yeah.
So
Cool.
for a split second, I'm like, Primarch's a nature cleric. What do you mean tick mark? I got real grossed out for like.
I
a
let them
second.
bite me. No, that's not gross. No. No,
No.
it's,
Because a giant bite me. Sorry.
he would explain, and he would show you. He would take his shirt off, and he would show you that he has a tick mark for every single person that he saved at Farbrook. 14 years ago? There's his back is like covered in them.
That's really pretty.
Thanks. I don't really look at it often, but I know it's there. But I try to make sure that it's behind me.
If you want, we could set up a couple mirrors, and you could look at it more often.
Might be nice.
Really nice to have a reminder of the good you've done.
That's why I like seeing you all every day. So are we feeling the beer forge today, or what?
I wouldn't mind some copper.
Okay, well, let me say my goodbyes and my last words of comfort. You know, don't be mean to each other or whatnot to the couple, and then I'll be back over to see you guys.
Don't be mean,
He'll
have
walk
lots
back
of
over.
babies, all that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Say you're sorry. It's important.
Sorry for wetting you. Yeah.
I think he meant in their relationship.
It was okay.
Oh, tell them to say sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
Humility is
Yeah.
Humility is
No,
really
I
important.
believe in marriage. Marriage. Is
okay. He's just like he's like walking and talking as he's like walking away. Yeah. That's a good point, GP.
GB will walk over to Lark. Hey, buddy. He just leans into you.
He'll wrap his arm around you. Things will get better.
I hope so. I kind of wish we were going in with her, you know? Feels like maybe we could do something to help, but I don't know. Maybe I helped too much already yesterday. We'll see.
So you guys wrap up and head off to the beer forge. Saldana, you go home.
Yeah.
One of your many.
One of two. She doesn't consider the castle home. And she gave her apartment away, so.
True. All right. So you walk up to the steps of the Erasmus estate. You're about to knock on the door and you look over and you see Jastra elbow deep in the dirt, planting some flowers over in the garden. She doesn't seem to have noticed you. She's wearing very plain clothes. You're not sure you've ever seen her in just simple pants and a shirt.
That looks lovely.
She looks over and smiles. I find I'm enjoying it more and more.
Saldana walks over to where she is. She's like gripping the strap of her bag tightly.
What are you wearing?
She's going to be wearing, for the sake of going to the beer forge, she's going to be wearing her peasantry clothes, but she's wearing a very fancy cloak to hide it. So, like, it's a very fancy cloak / robe, but underneath is her peasantry robes that she wears when she goes into the lower parts of the city.
You look nice.
As do you. That's only fitting for you, especially in this scene.
I suppose. I'm very dirty. I would hug you, but I don't want to get you dirty. Let's go in and I can clean up. And she goes into the side entrance into the art gallery and goes to a water basin and starts cleaning. So what brings you by? I mean, I'd hope to see you. I know tonight is something big. I don't know exactly what's going on. We have very specific instructions.
First, something that I have been meaning to ask. Was Father aware of anything about you and what we're a part
Your
of?
father is a very sweet man, but no. No, he's as ignorant as the day that I met him. Not negatively. He's naive and sweet. He's a good man, and he doesn't need to be corrupted by such things.
Just so that I'd ask to clear those thoughts from my head.
Sorry.
No, she hesitates. She's hesitating.
She drives off and she goes, "May I hug you?"
So Donna just goes in for a hug.
Okay. She gives you a big, long hug. And she kisses your cheek. And she pulls back to this. if my group has mostly worked politically, tonight is the first time really that we're being asked to do something physically dangerous. Not that our lives haven't been in danger dozens of times, but not like this. So if something should happen, I just, if there's anything you want to ask me or tell me. Sorry.
I was given a very specific assignment from Aldion. And I don't know what's going to become of it. Things could either go really well for us or end poorly for me and everyone else. And I'm going to be doing it alone. I don't know.
I can't think of anyone I would trust more.
I just hope that I don't mess this up. I just hope that I know when it's right. I just...
Trust your instinct, Saldana. You've been right about a lot of things in your life. Almost everything. Even when I told you that you were wrong. You are smarter and better than anyone I know. Just trust your instincts. Do what you act when you feel it's right.
I'll do my best.
You'll be amazing. I know you're going to do great things. There's a rumor going around that this may be over tonight. Do you agree with that? There's a chance?
One way or another, yes.
I've been sleeping with Lark. And she kind of bites her lip a little, and she like blushes and smirks a little. Your father and I have never really had a relationship like that.
I don't need to hear this.
I thought you should know.
Mike.
He's very good.
I don't know. I don't
He treated
know.
me-
Mother, please.
He treated me
I
very
don't-
nicely.
Mother,
I was alone.
Sultana covers her ears. I don't really think I should hear this. Okay. It's not how I was expecting this entire conversation to go, but okay. I
Just
can never
trying to
make
be
eye contact
open.
with Block again. Okay. That's something I never wanted to know, that I now know.
I was worried that maybe you felt something was being hidden from you, and I didn't want to hide anything else. I don't want you to have a reason not to trust me anymore. And if I was dancing around the subject, I just worry that you might have thought that. But I promise, if I sleep with any of your other friends, I will not tell you.
Please don't. If I may request. Sultana is like blushing profusely at this entire conversation. Back to the previous conversation. Whatever happens, I will, well, I don't know what's going to happen. I can't get that image out of my head, but,
Neither can I. I bet at least now, whatever happens tonight, it's not the worst thing, right?
We'll see. I have a lot of things on the list of things that not exactly been fantastic. So we'll see how. This has definitely taken the top 3 spot, though. All right. Well, I am late for a meeting with a friend whom you've slept with and other
lunch.
friends. Okay.
Well, Lark will be there.
Yes.
Can I give you something to take to him? She just grins and gives you a hug. I'm kidding.
Okay.
So while she's hugging you, she whispers, "Is Primark going to be there?" And she kisses your cheek again and she grins at you.
Sultana is still blushing profusely.
I love you. You are my daughter. And you always will be.
I love you too.
She nods and then you leave. Unless you have more to say or do.
Nope. Well, she's gonna go see her father.
All right.
Yeah, she's gonna look for Rydell.
All right. Let's see where he is. Ah, crap. That was good. All right. So your father is let's see, work or play. Play. Your father is in his office and he is painting little clay animal figurines. Something he's enjoyed doing his entire life. Little miniature figurines about an inch tall. He's currently working on a giraffe. And he's like painting just the base coat right now. And he's got a few small paints out and some brushes and some water. As you walk in, he looks up. "Hello, darling. It's good to see you."
It's good to see you too, Father. Just gonna walk over to give him a hug. When he puts down his paints, of course.
He does, yeah. He gets up and hugs you. Should I get Stokes to fetch us some drinks?
No, I'm only stopping by. I have somewhere to go.
Oh,
I just wanted
all
to
right.
see you again.
Well, I appreciate that. You should come over for dinner sometime this week.
I'll try.
All righty. Let us know. Let Stokes know when you're available, and we'll get something set up.
All right. Thank
I'll give you
you.
another hug.
By the way,
For what?
I want to say thank you for everything.
Well, you're very welcome. It was definitely worth it.
She'll kiss her father on the cheek. I really do need to go. I'm enough as it is, but I just wanted to see you again.
Of course, you can come by any time. I'm almost always here.
I'll make sure to keep that in mind.
Make sure you say hi to your mother.
Of
She
course.
worries.
Of course. And she'll give him one last hug, and then she'll leave.
He goes back to painting before you head out.
She'll make her way to she'll be late to meeting her friends at the beer fort.
All right, so you guys make your way over to the beer forge. When you get there, Sazana's not there yet. It is pretty empty. Only a couple of other tables.
Primarch would have changed out of his white and cotton tunic into his normal clothes because he doesn't want to get that dirty. It's his special clothes.
So, I feel like we should maybe make the most out of this gathering. I'm gonna buy everyone around. What do you guys want?
A copper, please. Thank you, GB.
I'll have a copper as well.
2 copper, okay. Still, I assume that you would like paint of some sort.
I'm good, thank you.
I have some behind the bar for you.
What?
I planted it there. What? I know the owner. It's fine.
Okay, well now I'm just curious. Sure.
Okay, I'll get you the paint. Copper.
A pint of paint.
Copper. Okay.
I'm going to have a milk, please.
Oh, okay.
The paint isn't white, is it?
No, it's copper. Yeah.
Okay.
I want
Just
it to be
checking.
eyes.
What? It will be a surprise. You'll see.
Okay.
Milk. Okay, got it. And he'll go over to the bar and sort of wink at Ivy.
So Ivy steps over and says, well, what's up, little bro?
Oh, milk, 2 copper, and the special sauce.
All right, you got it. No charge today, all right?
Oh,
One of my brothers bring over everything.
Oh, thank you. I was being all noble and spending some of my own money, but that's fine. Thank you.
I know you can't afford it.
Oh. He licks her shin and then walks away. Apparently they're gonna bring it over to the table. I didn't think they did that here, but okay.
Okay.
So they start bringing everything over. So GB, describe what they bring over in addition to the drink.
It's a little bit of it's a small glass vial from his alchemy kit, and it's copper colored paint.
Neat. It is very pretty.
I've been experimenting a little bit with it. I actually have quite a bit of equipment that I don't get to use very often because of certain rules in the city.
Thank you.
You have to share it with Lark, though. Lark, the milk's coming soon.
They bring the milk and the coppers over. They also bring some food over. It's kind of an assortment.
Primarch will raise his mug to good friends.
To good friends. I'm not expecting to drink the paint.
I still clinked with the paint.
Nice. Zreet walks in, heads over to the bar, gets an iron, and comes back over.
Hey, Zreet.
Someone's missing.
Sultana is a little late.
So was I. So she's a lot late. She'll sit down.
So sweet. What have you been up to today?
Well, she won't be there anyway. And she kind of looks around and makes sure there's no tables nearby that are occupied, which there are not. by design, it looks like. We're performing the ritual tonight. And we're going to need you to be there to help protect it. We think that there may have been a little bit of a leak, and someone may be coming to stop it. Although it's not the king, we're not sure who it is.
I've got a guess.
Okay, I'm all ears. Well, actually, I'm no ears, but you know what I mean.
You have ears, you just don't have earlobes. I looked that up.
That's the joke. Yes, that was the joke.
But you have ears. Okay, anyway.
And yeah, that makes sense, Pesk, since we share a common ancestry.
It's not proven as a theory.
Wow, we learned something new about Primeheart today. I suppose the nature cleric might have that bit of inconsistency, a bit of ambivalence.
That was cool enough.
Wow. All right. That's what we're doing now.
I mean, something big goes down and somebody in the king circle might know about it. Why wouldn't you send the biggest, baddest person you've got? Thinking Amy.
Well, the king controls Amy.
Right. Who leaked
Apparently,
or who got the
we have
leak?
no idea. That's the point. We have no idea. We've just been warned, somewhat anonymously, that there may be someone looking to stop what's happening.
Well,
Then I'm clueless.
does anyone think that any of the let's call them the progenitors were against this plan? They may not tell the big man, but maybe they would try to stop it for some reason.
Maybe. I don't know if we'll find out till they get there.
It doesn't matter. No matter who shows up to try to stop us, we have to see through with it. We've put too much on the line for this.
Oh yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Bigger picture.
What's your Donna gonna be then?
Well, she has to.
Wait, what?
Do they know what Saldana's job is? Do they know what Saldana's part is? Okay.
Could we
That's why-
intuit the fact that Zreet specifically said one person had to be there and
That's
it
why
made
Pest
sense?
was
She
asking.
just said Saldana's not going to be with you, so
That's why Pest said, "What is Saldana's job then?"
she'll be having dinner with the king.
She doesn't like that.
I can't help that.
So she's gonna be with the king while the ritual's being performed?
Mm-hmm.
What does the ritual do? It weakens him, right? He makes him not a vampire.
Correct.
So then after we do the ritual, we're gonna go in and take him?
No.
At what point of the conversation do I come in?
During this long, awkward pause.
I hope she knows what she's doing. I don't know. I haven't been in combat with her in a while, so hopefully she has a few tricks up her sleeve I haven't seen yet.
Sweet, are you?
Albion is working with her directly.
That's a trick. It's a good trick.
It's a powerful one.
Oh, hi, Saldana.
Are you okay?
Where's the ring, Saldana? Are you holding it? Are you?
It's
have
in
a
her
chain
bag.
around your neck?
It's in her bag.
Okay.
Yeah, she wouldn't have that out in the open. It's something that I'm going to have to time just perfectly with what you're doing. And I just hope my instinct's going to be correct at the right time.
There has been some speculation that there will probably be a very visual reaction in losing that much power. Plus the idea that the heart might start beating again, he might start breathing, etc. I think you get the idea.
Yes, I do.
You're there. He's making you do this alone.
Who else would you like to send in there, Pesk? Without tipping off the king.
Javea is with you, at least, hopefully.
Javea goes every time, so yes, I assume that Javea would be there. Unless Saldana decides not to bring her, but that would be a little suspicious.
No, she would be accompanying me.
There you are. She won't be alone. This plan is being worked on for a long time. We put people and things in place to protect Saldana. That's why you all had to kill the Keeper. So we could put our person there, call in favors, make sure that when the time comes, the security measures in place were not released. But he is not loyal to us, but he will be loyal to whoever's in charge. So you may have some sway beyond that, Saldana.
Understood. I'll do what has to be done.
Good to know. Sorry. I was a little more sarcastic than I wanted it to be. And she takes a big drink off of her ale.
What are we doing?
What's that?
What are we doing?
You're doing the same thing as, almost all of the rest of us. You're protecting the ritual.
Be careful, all of you. That's what I
You
ask.
too.
She has like a tight grip on her book bag when Pesk says that.
Ball will be with you.
I have faith that you'll do amazingly, Saldana. Do you need a token of comfort?
Just knowing all of you are going to be doing your part. Light in mine is going to be enough. Whatever the cost is going to be, whatever happens.
As you wish.
Lark had, at this point, had taken, during the conversation, some of the copper paint from Syl and started drawing, doing some writing.
My mother says hi, Lark.
Just me.
She gives Lark a knowing eyebrow.
Lark's not smiling. I see.
That's an oddly specific request.
It's nice. I think it's great that that Jester's being nicer to people. That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, Lark's a really friendly guy. I understand that.
Syl notices Sildana's eyebrow and goes, "Oh God, can I talk about it finally?"
Talk
Do
about
you
what?
say that out loud?
Yeah.
Talk about what?
Nothing. She's taking cues from Sildana.
Nothing. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yes, perfectly fine. And she just starts avoiding eye contact with Lark as she starts to lightly blush.
I'm so confused.
So, Zarit, do we have a time and place we need to be at a specific space? Because if we just go to the castle, it's just going to be us bundling around.
I would suggest that you meet at you stay at the Reynard Manor until Sildana leaves. From there, I'll let you know where to go. I'm trying to keep the location as secret as possible. Not that I don't trust you, but we're in public.
Understandable.
It's cool. Yeah. I just want to be in the know. Yesterday
Reynard Manor will be close enough. It'll be on that side of the city, so probably in the Giltsman district.
Okay.
Cool.
Any last questions? In case it needs to be said, bring your armor, bring weapons, bring anything and everything you might need.
And
Anybody got any extra health potion?
I still have mine I haven't used yet.
I grabbed a couple.
Zarit.
My understanding is that you got more the other night than the entire resistance has combined, so no, we don't have any to spare.
Okay. DM assistant to DM, that thing we talked about before the beginning of game that was sent by Lanik for the party to Zarit for the party. Okay, all right.
Sent to Zarit?
Yeah.
I didn't catch it was sent to Zarit.
It was sent
to
to.
bring it in.
Yeah, no, it was sent to Zarit for the party.
Nope, we'll have to do it a different way because I've already got set up. So.
No worries. Okay, never mind then. Sorry, that's why I was like, wait a minute. I apologize. Ignore what I just said.
You're good.
So Primarch had taken that armor from Nathan that he had gotten. He would have definitely tried to put it on. Would it have fit him? Does it like magically expand to a big hunky frame?
What now?
The studded leather of protect everything. The studded leather of resistance to piercing, slashing, and
That was given to Nathan, and that Prime Heart was going to try on, see if it would fit him.
yeah, Primarch had taken it from Nathan.
Okay, I didn't know that you swapped around. It changes size, yeah.
Okay. He put that on then.
Okay.
When do we begin to go over to the estate?
Sildana knows when she usually gets picked up. Anything else? You won't be able to reach me, well, maybe by sending, until tonight, so now's your last chance.
Well, yeah. Luckily I have that, so in case something comes up, I can always send you one. No pun intended.
You will only tell us that we are on our own and we need to figure it out ourselves.
Not anymore. If you need something, ask. Everything's too important right now. We're already going to be exposing ourselves greatly tonight. So make sure you wear your tearaways.
Shall we then?
Yeah, I'll meet you guys there. I'm gonna make a quick stop.
All right.
All right, Pesk.
See you guys later. She gets up and throws a couple coins on the table as a tip and then walks out.
As we're leaving, Lark finishes up what he was drawing. He goes over to Sildana and hands her kind of like a homemade book. It's just got 2 pages. And on the front, this is inspiration for tonight. And on the front, it says, your best. And as you open it up, inside on the only remaining page, it says, just do it. And he kind of leans in. It was always at her request.
Please no.
That's all it's. And he kind of.
She was smiling, and now she's just blushing and just not looking at him again.
For the resistance.
Something, take one for the team.
Saldana starts heading in the direction for Reynard Manor.
Pesk is going to run and find Mesri really quickly before this all goes down.
Okay. You find him.
Hey. I don't want to take too much of your time because I know you're busy.
Never too busy for you.
He smiles.
I know you planned on doing dinner later tonight. I'm gonna have to take a rain check. I've got something to do, that I need to get done, and, I'm sorry, but, when is the last day you're here? It's tomorrow, right?
Well, that depends. Do you want your surprise now?
I have a surprise?
I was going to give it to you at dinner.
Better give it to me now, just in case.
Well, looks like we're going to be here a little bit longer.
Oh, I like that surprise. That's a nice one.
We got a couple of big jobs, and we're going to stay to fill them out.
Awesome.
At least 2 more weeks.
Awesome. I'm glad. I don't feel quite as guilty about having to skip out on.
No, you got stuff to do. I understand. You're a
Just-
big-time important lizard folk.
Not even a little bit, but thank you for thinking so.
I've seen who you hang out with. You have lunch with the queen.
She was my friend before she was the queen.
You have lunch with nobles.
Oh, yeah, I can't really argue with that one, can I?
Ooh.
I'll see you later, okay?
Yep. Whenever you're ready.
All right. And she will turn and head out.
Okay. He gives you a quick kiss before you go.
She smiles, but doesn't quite reach all the way to her eyes. So,
Take care. See you later.
All right. And you head off.
GB drops by his place to pick up armor and scrolls and stuff to get ready, and then heads over to the Brell estate.
Okay. The Brell estate?
Didn't you say we were going there?
Reynard Manor.
Reynard Manor, sorry.
GB's just sitting there alone waiting for everybody to show up.
Where is everyone? So you guys are just going to go right there, even though it's probably a few hours.
Syl was gonna go in the park and paint something a little bit.
Okay.
In the copper paint that GB gave her. She was gonna just paint. She's gonna paint her name, and then paint her hand, and then press it into one of the park benches.
Okay.
And then she's gonna smear a lightning bolt over her face with the rest on her hand.
All right.
Saldana is going to drop by Pinball's library just to get a look at it. Because she hasn't spent too much a chance to go and just be amazed at how big it is. So she's going to take a little bit of time just to look about, and she'll do a little bit more reading of the spell. Just maybe spend an hour in there reading the spell book. Trying to make sure she can memorize that thing as best she can.
All right.
Primarch would return to his camp, and he would leave enough food for Lash, just in case he's not back that night or ever again. And he's going to kiss each of his trees, and he knows they can't understand him, but he still just thanks them, which doesn't mean anything because they're just trees. And then he'll shrug into the armor and then put his clothing back over it, which it's not really noticeable unless you like feel it, and then you feel like the studs on it, but he feels pretty good about it. And then he'll just go in and start wandering around. Maybe, he probably would go straight to the Reynard Manor actually, and just kind of hang out in the lawn, trim some of the hedges.
Lark would have probably ended up walking in silence with Saldana back to the tower, because that's where he was heading, the same direction. Not saying anything in particular. And he would have looked around for Mo to see if Mo had returned.
He is not.
So he's going to take from the previous day the mop and the bucket, and if it's dried up a little bit, the paint, he'll just add some water and kind of stir it around. And he's going to continue just passing the time putting the rest of the floors in the swashes of black paint with the mop, and kind of continue what Mo had started throughout the rest of the floors.
Okay.
Stopping, not entering Mo's room, just because he wasn't given permission to enter. So he'll pick up his gear and just head over to Reynard Manor when it's time, when a couple hours.
And Saldana only had spent an hour in the library, so she would be back at Reynard Manor a couple hours before things had to go into plan.
Okay. Syl, while you're out painting, your friend finds you. Dub, whatever, heads over and sees you and kind of plops down next to you and watches you paint a little bit.
She has the lightning go around her face now in copper paint.
Hey, Dub.
Hey, how's it going?
A little freaked out.
It's gonna be a long day. I dreamt about it.
So, how'd it go?
What? How'd what go?
The dream.
No, my dreams don't ever end. They only show me the beginning.
Oh.
Sometimes
yeah.
the middle.
The denouement. Not the end. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be a day.
You made such pretty things for me. I wanted to write something for.
Okay.
Even though their beauty fades, that's kind of what I like about it.
Lasts for a little while. So it's special.
Anyway, he pulls out a piece of paper. It's all crumpled up in his pocket. A liar we can never trust, even when she says what's true. And she who does one fault at first and lies to hide it, makes it two. We have not known, nor heard, nor read how gods do hate deceit and wrong, or how the smith was struck dead with a lie caught upon her tongue. Anyway, that's it.
That's a real intense one.
Yeah, I guess.
I liked it though. It rhymed very nicely.
Thanks.
I hope things turn out okay today.
Yeah. You know. Me too.
You should come see my workshop sometime.
Maybe. I meant, is it like dark and kind of mysterious?
It's full of half-finished sculptures of people.
I mean,
Some
that's
of
kinda
them are
good.
broken.
Alright, that sounds pretty good.
I figured.
Yeah, that's better than being dark and mysterious. Alright, well, I mean, if we're still around next week, I guess maybe I'll come by.
Good. Not that fresh air is not good for you.
Kind of hate it.
So I've been told. Well, I gotta go beat up people now.
Yeah, I gotta go and do some stuff.
Okay. I hope you have a nice time.
Yeah, have fun beating up people.
I try.
And he very quickly kisses her on the cheek and walks away.
She takes a very deep breath and swaps out her hat for the black one.
All right. And that's where we're going to take our break. We'll be back in 20 minutes, everyone.
Also,
Thank
thanks
you.
for the follow-up biceps, Mia.
Oh, yes, thank you.
do that one again.
Three, two. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Countless Heroes. Sorry it took a long to get back there. The, crazy 16-player game where I, Logan, the lone DM, take on 6 of my players at a time, while the others watch and wish they were here to help.
We're screaming to the void.
Yep. Big mood.
Thank you all for being there. Thank you all for the donations today, which have given hero dice to not only the players, but also to me, which I never expected, and I appreciate that. Other than Gabby, who got 3 earlier from someone when everything was going crazy.
The Fennec Wolfchild, I believe.
Fennec Wolfchild, yes. And 1 more for me, by the way, during that. So, 3-to-1 ratio instead of the 6-to-1. So I think I'm winning in this deal. Got a whole pile of D6 right here, just waiting for whatever might happen today. I mean, who knows? There might be something exciting.
You know what?
Anyways, so hi. What are we supposed to do here? We're supposed to talk about our sponsor, World Anvil. That's what we're supposed to do. World Anvil is the most robust world building and campaign management software that exists online or anywhere. Believe me, I know. I've tried them all. You should go and check them out at worldanvil.com. Someone will post a link to our World Anvil where you can go learn about all the new NPCs or all the old NPCs. I don't think the newest ones are up yet. We did make 6 new NPCs last night. So they'll all be hopefully up in the next week or so with at least a little bit of information about what we know about them, so you can start tracking all that. Also, the maps will be updated soon with the different temples and things like that. Hopefully next week or the week after. But right now we're a little slow to update because we're in our big push for our charity drive, which is coming up, and we're doing that with nerdsmith.org, which is our network. Every one of the shows on Nerdsmith is doing that. Every one of the shows is creating special, unique bonus content that will only be available to donors for the first 6 months, and then after that, only to subscribers on our network for forever. So if you ever want to see it, you'd have to become a subscriber through nerdsmith.org/donate. So you can go ahead and do that. If you want to support us, but can't do so monetarily, or want to support us even more so, the best way to do that is to get people to come and watch the show. If you've ever been sitting here going, gosh, why don't we have more people watching the show? It's because we need you guys to go and get them and drag them in kicking and screaming, because they will thank you after, or they won't. And then, you know what? You don't need that kind of negativity in your life. Yes, so please go get your friends, bring them in, dragging, screaming, and kicking. We'll make it fun for them. Lastly, the charity drive that we just talked about is going to go to benefit the Trevor Project. The Trevor Project is an LGBTQ support organization. They have 3 tiers of support. They have in top of their education, the first thing is they have a special social network that is just for LGBTQ youth, ages 13 to 24, to give them a place where they can be around other youths that are going through the same things they are. During the day, Monday through Friday, they have counselors available via chat or phone. And then, of course, they have the 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week, 365-day-a-year suicide hotline to support in-crisis LGBTQ youth. So all of the money that gets donated to this show, whether it's through Twitch or through Nerdsmith, the portions that we as the artists would get all goes towards the Trevor Project. The special donations down below, all of those 100% after the fees go to the Trevor Project. So that is where all that goes. And the Trevor Project only uses 10 cents out of every dollar for extra stuff, keeping the lights on and advertising and that sort of thing. 90 cents goes directly to supporting their programs, paying for counselors and phone lines and things. So it's amazing. That's a very high. If you follow any charities ever, that's a very high amount. Most charities fall somewhere between 20 and 60 cents that they use for that sort of thing out of every dollar. All right. So, thank you guys again for being here. Let's go ahead and get right into this. Everybody has started to arrive at Reynard Manor, yes?
Saldana would have been there already, waiting for them to get there.
I think GB beat you there. GB's been sitting out front for a while.
I think Primeheart also beat us there, now that I think about it. Because Primeheart was...
Yeah, he just went to change. Yeah.
So the two of you are sitting out front of the Reynard Manor as the Nocturne walk the perimeter.
I mean, Saldana would have the Nocturne recognize her friends. So.
Oh yeah, they do. They don't seem to bother anyone that isn't trying to, say, break in or disturb things or hurt someone.
Attempt assassination, attempted kidnapping, and fake killing of friends. I'm not salty.
Done any of that since you've been queen, I don't think. Yeah.
The Nocturne haven't, but maybe other people have.
Well.
Yeah, if they're already there, then Saldana would see them as she's getting home. Also, Kitty. Oh, look, it's Pearl.
Very dirty Pearl.
Pearl is a medium-sized creature.
Sorry, this is the I'm going to scream at you until you hold me moment, apparently.
Fitting. But yeah, Sultana would wave to them and invite them inside the manor when she sees them.
Thank you, my queen.
Please don't. Please don't.
Thanks, I was not happy with the company out here. Primeheart was nice, but the other ones are a little
Disconcerting.
Also, I couldn't put my armor on.
That's understandable. Well, you can put it on inside.
That's the plan. They can't come inside or anything, can they?
No.
Okay.
TV will spend a few minutes summoning Sam, and then have Sam help him put his armor on.
Okay.
Only reason they'd come in here is if I was under attack or if someone was trying to infiltrate this place.
Good thing I didn't try.
Glad you didn't either.
Just out of concern, I wouldn't actually try to do anything. Just want to make sure that you're being protected.
Yeah. He made sure of that.
It's rooming in here.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's like its own mini castle in a way.
Oh, hi, Pesk.
Hi, Pesk walks in the door. She wouldn't have taken very long either because she was just chatting with Mesri for a hot second.
Literally.
I suppose so. Yes, and now it's sort of like mine, I guess. I don't know. I still feel weird being here.
Primarch would also have Pesk's feather behind his ear. And he'd point to it.
It's a good look.
It is. Need all I can get. So now we wait.
I'm going to have to take a bit to get ready for dinner.
Oh, you look nice already.
I'm going to have to look a bit nicer, I think.
I'm sure there's protocol and stuff.
Well, just do what you usually do. Don't be garish when you don't need to be.
Is there like a lace and buttons quotient you have to meet?
Hey, so no, not really. I go with a regal but modest look, I suppose is what it is.
One of those big cage skirts. I saw people wearing those. Really silly.
Once, maybe I wore one of those. They're uncomfortable.
You can hide a lot of stuff under there, though.
Like me, I could totally fit.
That's
in that.
true. Ooh, that's good for infiltration.
As long as GB doesn't get too excited and wag his tail.
They'll just think Sultana's excited, right?
I don't have a tail, GB.
Oh well, we can change that eventually, right?
GB's got plans.
Just you and me, buddy.
He's slowly trying to
So
solve
mine doesn't really wag.
I could use my mage hand. You just let me know when you're excited, okay?
Okay.
Over the next couple of hours, people slowly start trickling in and knocking on the door and coming in. The first gentleman that shows up is he has this antler circlet and a hood, a long brown beard, and he comes in and he the first thing he does, he walks up to anybody and offers the secret handshake. Once that's done, he kind of just nods and goes and finds himself a place to sit down. If anybody tries to talk to him, he kind of stops them and just shakes his head.
I feel like a
At one
Bond
point, he
villain
will
right
offer
now.
up the idea that no names today. If we need to disappear. And several other people start to show up. There's a woman in full plate armor with kind of this cape and blonde hair. A dwarf with kind of a shifty look, wearing armor and a shield. Some sort of elf, you think, with a kind of a black and gray cloak, wearing a nice dress, has a little crystal around her neck, with kind of pinkish hair. A gnomish, maybe halfling, wearing all black and even a black cowl across the face, covering everything but the eyes, and a large hood. Obvious elven ranger with tattoo or henna on the face, and her equipment, and then some sort of woman with sort of a circlet and these long feathered earrings, also with some sort of henna or tattoos, and wearing very little other than that. Each one, as they walk in, offers a secret handshake. Some go and sit with each other. Some find their own special places and just sit and relax and wait. About an hour before... Oh, go ahead.
So Saldana would have briefly greeted them before she had to leave to get ready.
Okay. Juvea would be tending to everyone as much as anyone needs, and then would help Saldana get ready. She will get ready herself. About an hour before... that is very distracting.
Sorry, he's screaming if I put him down, so it's kind of...
No, can.
Yeah, I might have to in a minute because I need my hands.
About an hour before Zreet shows up, and she's carrying a satchel that you recognize as similar to the ones that you guys have, the bag of holding. And she comes in and looks around and starts nodding. Good. Looks like everyone's getting... How are you all doing?
Are we expecting, like, everybody, or...
Yes, and you're pretty much looking at it.
I thought there were other cells.
She repeats, yes. She actually says that. She repeats, yes, you're looking at him.
I'm confident.
I told you were more successful than anyone else.
Oh. So, Haley and...
Haley is busy doing other things. There's a few others that are out there doing their own small jobs today.
Okay, sorry. Now you see where my concern was, because we know of a few people who I don't see.
I get it. Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, we're a little edgy today, boss.
It's understandable. Where's Saldana?
She's getting ready.
I don't begrudge her that. Well.
After a bit, Saldana would come down. She's wearing her hair down, except for maybe like 2 side braids to just kind of keep it out of her face. And the dress she's wearing, it's mostly blue, but it has small hints of red in it. And she has her small purse, which contains her personal Bible. And she's wearing the ring that Aldeon gave her. And the spell book also. Wait, how big was the spell book?
Fairly large.
Okay, then she wouldn't have brought that, but she did study it as much as she could. And yeah, she's wearing the ring that Aldeon gave her. And she comes down.
So some of you recognize the ring that you retrieved yesterday. All of you? Were you all here yesterday? Not Bess.
I was.
Everybody else though. Tree comes over and puts a wing on your shoulder. Are you good?
As good as I can be.
You might want to let us know if there's anything valuable here that you want us to move.
Only thing of real value that I can think of is my personal messenger bag with some of my personal books that are
Take care of it.
of importance.
That couch is really nice. Could I have that? The plush one in the no? Okay.
So Donna, don't forget, be stubborn. Just be your normal self. Non-compliant. Maybe a little rude.
Rude? What?
Standoffish.
I've been rude before?
Not to us.
No. Oh.
You know, don't be putting on airs when you don't usually do.
I intend
Kira
to keep
comes
it as it usually is.
Hey, boss. Also, boss.
Followed by Jastra.
Lady Erastus? Tara? Sorry, I just realized we weren't supposed to... No, oh, go away now.
They kind of roll their eyes a little. And a few minutes later, coming out of the kitchen, is Aldion. Everyone stands when he comes in the room. At least of the other group. He looks around and nods. He's wearing nicer clothes than he usually does. Almost looks like he's being flashy. Wants to stand out a little. He goes over to Sildana and gives her a hug.
She's a little tense just because of the general situation, but she'll kind of half hug him back. Just like, not like I don't like this, but like I'm just terrified.
Yeah. He turns. You've all done wonderful work. If all goes well tonight. And I don't see any reason why it shouldn't. Then this ends. We can worry about what tomorrow brings after it's over. Don't let concern about what might happen to the city cloud your decisions of today. If we fail, we have contingency plans. I have an agent ready to destroy the boat lift. So nobody else will be hurt by that monster. If we fail and we get separated, leave. If things start to go bad, leave. Get out of town. Go to Highwater. Go to Brooks End. It's like the town. Go wherever. And we'll meet back up. We will get in touch. But nothing is going to go wrong. Everything is going to work just fine. We'll finish the ritual. The king will be stripped of all of his vampiric powers. And then Sildana will end it. let's get to work. And they start breaking out all of the stuff that you bought, along with dozens and dozens of other arcane and alchemical items. GB Zreet kind of points to some of the pages of the ritual and asks you to start help setting things up.
Yeah.
Aldeon also helps, as well as the woman with the crystal.
GB's been keeping Sam up just in case anything needed to be done, so he'll use that to help along.
Pesk is going to find Saldana really quickly.
Hey, I have something for you.
What is it?
It's good luck.
And she reaches into her pouch and pulls out a small, tiny piece of obsidian stone and presses it into Saldana's palm. And it's just got this nice, comforting warmth to it.
It's always warm. So, if your hands get nervous and shake a little bit, you can always just kind of hold it for a second, and you remind you that the warmth of Ball is in you. Okay, you got.
Thank you, Pesk.
We're with you, even if we're not there in person. Okay?
She'll give Pesk a hug.
She hugs her back.
You are very, very strong.
Thank you, Pesk. I'll do what I can.
And she just kind of gently pats you on the back and steps away.
Before getting ready to head out, Saldana is going to cast on herself protection from evil and good. Oh, well, it actually doesn't last that long. But she is going to cast it eventually. That's my plan. I don't know. I'm freaking out. Okay.
The woman with the quiver and bow standing at a window looks over to Saldana and says, "I think your ride is here." Aldeon comes over and says, "Saldana, can you take the Nocturne with you? Will they go if you ask them to stick with you?"
I think so, yes. I'm gonna have to think of a good excuse as to why I would bring them to the king.
You're scared about the journey. You've heard rumors or something. Anything. Or maybe he won't even care. I would guess he would rather have 2 or 3 with you all the time.
I will get you. Darn you. So now you can tell them that you were threatened.
Perfect.
Well done.
Yeah, his bear's gonna eat you.
It doesn't look like a man, Pesk.
I know it. I
King
know
doesn't
Foster
know that.
hasn't done it. But yeah, exactly.
Oh, right.
I hope to see all of you after this.
You will.
Yep. Not even a question. We'll be here.
Paul is with you.
May Cora and Stormir guide you all. And Vasali. Javert, I think it's time for us to take our leave.
Yes, ma'am. And she goes up to the front, and everybody kind of scatters from the front room as Javert gets ready to open the door. She looks to make sure it's clear and opens it. The dark, skulking figure is right behind the door, just listening and waiting as it's open behind it, inside. And she waits for you to leave. The carriage is out front.
Yeah, Saldana is going to step outside, and she's going to look to one of her Nocturne and call out, collect the other one, I want you both with me.
They instantly both stop their patrol and start heading over as soon as you say that.
And she gets into the carriage.
Inside is waiting the bouquet of flowers and a note.
Saldana will sit where the flowers, next to the flowers, pick them up and read the note.
Javea likes. Okay. And she goes to the other side. She sits there, just kind of fidgeting with her hands now.
What does the note say?
It says, I have a gift for you. I look forward to tonight. Your husband.
She hands the flowers up to Javea, so she
She
can smell
seems
them.
happy. She smells them.
Javea,
Hmm?
if things go wrong,
Mm-hmm.
I want you to run and get as far away as you can.
I promise to be right behind you.
Not what I meant, but I'll take it for now.
I made a promise.
Let's just hope things go well.
They will.
Saldana's kind of like fidgeting with the ring Aldeon gave her, and with her handbag, and she's just waiting and watching until they get to the castle.
Inside, Aldeon turns to everyone else and says, all right. We are expecting a little resistance. We've received a tip that someone... Boy, glad I wasn't in charge of you all. And she looks over and says,
always
I
like
see
this.
what you mean.
You can just
And
hear
she's
his re-rolling her.
right.
No,
Something
sometimes we're
like-
really awkward, but that's only when Nathan is here.
Zorit starts dying laughing. She's like coo laughing. She like leaves the room. She's laughing so hard.
Look at what does that sound like? Can you give us a
I have
sample?
no idea. I'll at some point I'll record something and I'll put it together and make it sound look really good. We'll do
Thank
that.
you.
Then I'll put it on the soundboard that we just click a button and we'll hear Koo laughing.
That's also what the little resistance sounds like. Cool laughing.
Oh my god.
I'm getting it on my system now, man. Audience, this is my aim material. It doesn't get better than this.
I feel like that deserves inspiration.
All right. So
Somebody donate to Trevor. Give me a hero die.
They've moved all the furniture out of this room.
They're
it being
saving the couch
innermost
for you,
room
JB.
with the most wall. And let's go ahead and get over to our big screen.
Dum dum dum.
Oh god, giant cat's still here.
That is the true.
I made it. I made Pearl a real cat
You
now.
made Pearl, and then you cast enlarge on Pearl.
Now she's a small cat instead of a tiny one.
All right, so
Where are we supposed to be?
in the room with this red rug right here, the most guardable position from all walls and things.
And I'm sorry, Logan, I don't have control over the cat.
Yeah, not yet. I'm gonna get that fixed in just a second.
Thank you, sir.
I don't have perfect things for everyone. Sorry, guys.
I think Foster's on the map later.
Yes, he is.
That's an eerily pleasant sound.
It's very comforting.
All right, you guys can control your animals now.
Because Fennec donated another $5.
Oh, that's very comforting.
Thank you,
All right,
Fennec.
Aw.
So, did you guys hear it this time?
I want the rainbow sheep on the map.
We
heard
did,
it twice. We heard it
Pri-
twice.
Can maybe
Okay, so
Prime
you
Heart
guys should
summon
do
a rainbow sheep to protect us all?
Fortunately, I can't summon any animals yet.
Oh.
Yet.
Are we?
Another donation?
Do we have to be in that room, Logan, or can we be in the surrounding rooms?
Yes. You can be anywhere you want to be.
Secondhand Samurai just donated as well. Thank you guys very much.
Do their donation like who it goes to? Is that the little itty bitty text? I can't read
Yeah,
that.
I unfortunately
Probably.
couldn't read it.
So please post your things in the thing so we know who you're donating to.
Yes, please.
It's all a work in progress, folks.
Getting our fonts worked out.
I donated one to Syl a few minutes ago. I was one of those dings.
Are we dealing with any sort of per session limitation on hero death? Or just
I don't think so tonight.
okay. Thank you, Fennec.
That doesn't sound good.
For anybody not in chat, 1 to Pesk, 1 to Syl, 1 to GB, 1 to Lark, and 1 to Prime.
Oh my god.
Y'all need it. I'm good.
Thank you.
What am I missing? I got. I need. Zreet? Is that who I'm missing? Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm not in the chat right now. Who do I have to thank for that?
Fennec
Fennec
Wolfchild.
Wolfchild.
The Fennec
Oh,
Wolfchild.
That's the third from Fennec Wolfchild. Thank you very much.
They said, "I want you guys to live," which is a mood.
Your big
Big mood. Yeah, I want you guys to live too. Please, be okay. Because please, don't die in my man.
The blood is just so unbecoming.
Do you know how long that's going to take to clean? Do you know how long how hard Gervais is going to have to get other
Fantasy
deeds in
Club
there?
soda, it's fine.
Oh wait, die in your manner? Do you mean get stabbed by somebody accidentally and then not?
Wow.
Still is best.
Hey,
Everybody on the map?
if I don't make it tonight, I'm gonna get all my snark out.
Yep.
Still?
Everyone
We're
who
not-
needs to be there.
I'm there.
Where is Sil?
I just popped in
She's on there.
next to Prime Heart.
Everybody else see?
I
He
saw
went.
it. I saw it sneak in.
I had a piece of fuzz fall off of, I guess, my ceiling fan. I think it's time to clean. It's like,
Gross.
clean me!
Yeah, seriously.
Or either that or it was a spider, and I'm
Oh
like,
god.
freaking out. But
It's a new friend.
new friend. So Aldium turns as you guys finish up and says, by the way, and he looks to Zreed, who pulls a small little box out of her bag and plops it down. Little help from a friend. And they slide it over. As you open it, inside are 5 regular healing potions. And enough Ursali's touch for each one.
Ooh. So
From Lanik. He had
Aw,
to deal
buddy.
with some personal things, but he wanted to make sure that you were taken care of. He's very frustrated he can't be here.
Thank you, Lana.
1 Ursali's touch and 1 healing potion.
so
5 of each.
so
And a healing potion is actually two dice, right? A normal healing potion?
Yeah.
2d4.
normal.
So it's 10 doses of Ursali's touch and 5.
So
Do-
we can maximum.
I was gonna say, do we want to just hand wave and say we have 5 maxed out healing potions?
They only last for 24 hours once you put the Ursali's touch in.
Well, we can find them. We can indicate when we put that stuff in, and I'll start
Yeah.
shaking.
Does anybody else want to prepare any Ursali's touch potions that they might have?
I don't
Now's
have
the
any
time to do
Ursali's
it.
touch, but I would take some of the stuff from the chest.
Hesk pulls out her last 2 vials of storm silk and puts them on her little belt pouch.
You're quiet again, babe.
And unless I'm needed for the ritual, I'm gonna close my eyes and be outside in Pearl, if that's okay.
Pearl's going to be outside.
And I'm gonna be inside Pearl, yes.
But
You're fine.
Okay. What?
Phrasing.
No, you're fine. We're going to go ahead and start the ritual. We don't need you right now.
Okay. Someone
letting
tap me if something starts killing us.
Will do.
Is this entrance the best one to stand out in front of, or maybe the ones?
We
To the
have
south.
no idea where. Nobody can see anything. We have no idea where they might be coming from.
I will stay here then.
Are there any sort of like tunnels into this place?
Only the ones that Pip has made.
Yes.
Oh, so many.
Tiny little tunnels. Tiny tunnel.
He is the Feroce Minotaur of his own little labyrinth.
God damn it.
As the NPCs all start to scatter throughout the place and find places to hide and watch the perimeter.
cool. Is that your team name?
The NPCs.
Yes.
It's a good name.
And the ritual starts, and they say it's going to take about an hour.
Why is it always an hour?
Things are tense and quiet. After a little while, occasionally, about half an hour, when people are walking around, there's a little bit of occasional crude humor to help break the tension a little. A couple of jabs shot here and there, especially Zri. But
Who's not
quickly
in the
things
house to
go
defend
back
herself.
To being tense. Well, I figured you guys might be patrolling a little bit, but if you're just staying inside them. And occasionally some people from outside come in to check and just kind of look around.
Pasca's not good at sitting still, so she is probably patrolling every now and again, but moving my marker across the map would probably be very distracting.
As is Lark.
After about 40 minutes, Saldana took us a little longer to get to the castle because the Nocturne were walking by the side. So they couldn't run as fast as the carriage could go. So you arrive and you go inside and you're greeted by the... Actually greets you at the door with the servant still. But greets you at the door and he smiles and says, "Come in."
Saldana nods and
Nods to
follows.
Javea. How have you been?
Better, I suppose. It's been a long week.
Did you enjoy your week off?
As best I could.
I have several of those grand parties to talk to you about. I figured if you attend maybe 2 or 3 of them over the season, that would be enough. I didn't want you to have to do more than necessary. Unless you wanted to, but I suspect that you don't.
Parties were never one of my strong suits. Two or 3 could be reasonable, I suppose, though, compared to how many there usually are.
My schedule has me attending somewhere in the mid-70s.
2 or 3 will do for me.
There's just some that I don't think I could get you out of. Or make excuses why you wouldn't be there.
She just nods.
And he starts leading you out through the temple and into the back of the manor. Not upstairs to the...
Where are we going?
A picnic? And he kind of smiles.
I take it
alright?
this has to do with the surprise you mentioned in the note.
No, I just thought maybe you might like a change of scenery and overlook the falls. So you get over there, and it's actually already set up. There's a couple of the chefs there, and it's they're putting out the spread, as it were, right at the edge of the cliff, about 7 or 8 feet in. Of course, you're not like dangling over the edge, and it's not a like straight cliff right here. Kind of just rolls down a little bit to a lower area, so it's not like scary, but you can see 3/4 of the falls from here, and the entire other cliff face, the entire side. It's probably one of the most beautiful spots in the city.
Saldana just pauses to look. Like she is genuinely awestruck at this.
I had I had to do a little research, but I had a very traditional picnic. Well, and he starts to unroll everything, and there's some fried chicken, there's a potato salad. It all looks horrible. The fried chicken is fried, probably the worst you've ever seen. Half of it doesn't have any breading on it. The potato salad is in different sized chunks and large dices of everything. There goes one of my dice. He's got coleslaw, and it looks like it was made like a chopped salad. It looks horrendous. and there's a pie for dessert that's about half burnt on one edge. You're going to have to forgive me. I've never cooked before.
That was Gabby, sorry. You didn't have to go through that trouble.
You're right. I didn't. But I wanted to. That's not your surprise either. He kind of smiles, and his hair has grown in a bit more, and he's started to grow a little bit of a rough kind of goatee. So how have you been? Is there anything you want to talk about? Your week, you say, was difficult?
It was just me mostly still recovering from some things. I did spend a lot of time reading. That helped a bit.
Do you mind if I send Javea with one of my footmen to fetch your surprise?
Yes, and she'll motion for Javea.
Javea kind of nods and they head off.
Is there a blanket for them? Do they sit on the floor? Or
Yeah, there's a big blanket and stuff. And it looks like you haven't seen any insects in the area or anything, so it looks like maybe he may have done something about that.
I suppose we should sit, or should we wait for the surprise you keep mentioning?
No, let's sit. We can start eating it. It'll be a minute. There'll be a while. Maybe 5 or 10 minutes. So might as well start eating.
Right. And she'll kind of sit down.
And so you start to eat for a little while. Back over at the manor, you are getting close. It's probably about 15 minutes until the ritual will be complete. Anything anybody's doing in particular during that time? Or I guess I should ask, is there at any point that you're going to do something specific before the ritual ends to be prepared for anything?
GB has already used 2 of the Ursali's touches on one of the potions he already had on him, and is just inside the mind of his familiar, which is outside, sitting on top of a bush, trying to get as good of a perch as it can to see around it.
Okay.
Pesk pulls out the mace that she'd been hiding.
Syl goes to Lark during all this, and she sort of a passing way of getting near him, sort of like, oh, I'm gonna pet Foster, and so sort of like, this is casual. And then she just goes, I'm sorry that I probably disappointed you yesterday. I didn't want you to be mad at me.
I thought we had gone over this.
I know, but I'm really dumb, so I get...
You are not. You are not dumb. I have already forgiven you. Even though what you say, it wasn't even necessary. It was just something that I did not want to be part of.
Okay.
That when I look back on the consequences of it, that I wasn't part of that particular decision.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were good.
Of course.
And I grabbed this from Loot for you because you're very important and you hit people real hard, but you also keep us going if we fall. So I think it's very important that you have this. And she'll give him the superior health potion that she took from Loot. Please hold on to this and drink it if you have to.
Thank you. That is very kind. May I use the Asali's touch in it?
I don't know if we have enough for that. It's still real good, though. Can I give you a hug?
You may. He'll get off of Foster, climb down and give you a hug.
Just squeeze it real tight. Okay.
Think nothing of it. Forget about it.
Well, that won't happen. I have a very good memory, but I will try to not let it affect me as much.
And so, the speech given earlier, if everything does go wrong, there's no chance that I'm leaving. I am not running, so just so you know.
I know. There's a lot of reason I'd want to stay too. So I'm a little undecided on that.
As the timer ticks down a little more and more, he gets closer and closer to the ritual being complete. Aldeon looks hopeful, but is a little tense, watching the wizard work their magic. And GB, are you still in your cat prowling around?
Yes.
Okay. All of a sudden, you hear some shouting from out front, probably 2 or 3 minutes before it ends, maybe 5 minutes before it ends. GB, you from up high see barreling down the street is a carriage. And it's coming straight for the front of the building. Arrows start to shoot out. And it's a long way. There's a huge amount of garden between them. And the barrels, the arrows start to come out of the trees and woodwork and from behind the house. And several of the arrows hit these horses that are leading it. But it seems to not really faze them. They seem to have a glassy look in their eyes. They're either being controlled or maybe drugged. They're foaming at the mouth a little. Yes?
GB stops looking through the familiar, and the familiar disappears. And he opens his eyes and immediately says, "We're under attack, carriage."
Primeheart is sitting on a table just outside of that room that everyone's at, and he was just restringing his bow and just muttering under his breath that same band song. And then he stands up, tightens the bow.
Pesk is next to him. He gives him a nod and reaches out a hand to take his and gives it a squeeze.
He'll squeeze your hand and smile with determination in his eyes.
Ready?
Ready as he'll ever be.
Let's do it.
You guys start to rush outside?
Yeah.
You guys start to rush outside just in time to see me not on the right layer. Just inside to see the woman. She's moving. She's in the back. She's now at the front. The woman that has very little with her, except for her simple clothing and the feather in her earring. She rushes up and she takes a very large piece of rebar that had been laying around from the garden, and she throws it into the wheels, and the entire carriage just turns on its side. The horses turn and fall over each other, and seem to be just laying on the ground, panting with arrows marks in them and foaming at the mouth. They very obviously seem to be dying, and then their limbs start to seize up a little bit. You start to notice some of the same telltale signs of nightmare that you'd seen before. The carriage cracks a bit, and then the door opens.
Primeheart, no horses.
Floating up out of the large hole at the side of the carriage is a spherical monster with one large eye right in the center and several tentacles that end in eyes surrounding it. The eyes seem to look every direction and see every enemy. You guys can roll an initiative while we cut back to Saldana.
So, Saldana's kinda eating the food.
Mm-hmm. He looks over. He's only taken a couple bites himself. He goes, I know it's not very good. I'm sorry. I'll try better next time.
It's not the worst I've had, honestly.
It's good to know. Do you have any idea what you're going to ask of me today?
A couple of ideas, but nothing concrete just yet.
It's all right. I just thought maybe we could talk about it. And he kind of smiles and looks behind you as Gervais is walking up with a kind of look on her face, holding a rope. Attached to this rope is a small white foal, a fjord foal with a spiky little mane. And it's kind of leaning on her to support it as it's walking, and the rope is loose around its neck. It's obviously just a guided. It hasn't been mistreated or anything, and she looks like she's about to die with how amazing this thing is. And the king is just smiling and watching your face. And she's like shaking her head. She's looking at you like shaking her head like you don't even understand. And she gets up next to you and about maybe 5 or 6 feet away from you. And she stops, and the king's just still watching you and watching it. And she's smiling. There's your gift. As you sit there and you look at it, the foal like goes, and it sneezes, and 2 beautiful white wings appear from behind its shoulders, and they tuck back in underneath. It took a lot of doing. Not a lot of them get sold, and they're not sold in this kingdom. I had to leave for, well, it took the week that you took off and went to fetch it. I know you'd rather see the money go to the city or whatever, but I promise you, everything you want to do, we will get done. I want to do something nice for you. I used favors mostly and spent very little money in the end.
Saldana will stand up and walk over to it. So it's a foal. It's a baby.
It's a foal. It's a baby. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is. But as a fjord, it's probably hip height, even as a baby.
She'll kind of.
And it is a Pegasus. Mm-hmm.
She'll kind of lean down and stroke its head a little bit.
It warms up to you near instantly. Please don't say you can't accept it. Please don't.
I was going to say I don't know what to say.
Thank you. Or nothing. It'll be okay.
Is it a boy or a girl?
A girl. I hear they're faster.
I'm just very caught up. I don't know how to react to this.
We can sit down and finish our meal. Maybe talk with me.
She'll do so.
Huh? And you guys continue your conversation as we cut back over to see what's happening across town, across the day. So this creature has just started to come up out of the out of this, and its eyes turn and start looking and assessing everywhere. Give me 1 second here.
So I apparently have a flying horse, y'all. I have Pegasus now.
Well, itty bitty flying horse.
Itty bitty, yes, but oh
Itty
my
bitty
gosh.
flying
It could maybe carry the cat right now.
Gonna take some training and growing.
And that is Primarch's turn. Starting us out.
Okay. Primeheart is going to. How high is the platform I'm on right now?
That is about 10 feet, about a story.
Okay, Primeheart is going to leap over the edge and then try to get out of view of this thing. And this next one is just a step up, or
Yeah, that's just a little ledge, like a street step.
and he's going to hold his bow firm and prepare to take a shot if something something gets close to him.
Okay. Who's next? Pesk.
Pesk is going to sorry. Take a step forward and then actually she's gonna move over here, sorry. And then cast Beacon of Hope on all of her friends so that any healing done is maximized.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
The ranger here at the back is going to move up and takes a shot over the building. Misses wildly, but shrugs a little and knows there's something up there in that area. The woman here in the armor runs up twice and hollering at the creature to focus its attention on her. GB.
GB's gonna step next to Pearl and just take a hot pepper out of his material component pouch and just hand it sort of mouth to mouth to the cat. The cat eats it, and he steps back into the building.
All right. As this creature floats forward 20 feet, its energy seems to just shoot every direction out of its tentacles at the end of these eyes. The first one shoots over to the woman who had disabled the cart, and she starts running in terror. The second one strikes the antlered individual in the trees who thought they were hiding really well, and they seem to fall asleep. The third one strikes the blonde, the warrior, maybe a paladin, and she vanishes in a puff of dust. The rogue slips out, thinking it might be able to get an advantage, and takes an attack. Actually hits. It seems a little proud of himself as he disengages and starts to run off. The monk who threw the piece of rebar earlier starts to run in fear. Syl.
I have been wanting to bust a monster's face in for days.
And she will can you describe what the 4 circles are again, if you've already done that?
They are basically tall hedges, about maybe 4 feet tall, a little bit higher, probably 4.5, surrounding little like ponds.
Ponds. Okay, so they're not very tall, and it's just the hedge is a boundary. There's no stone or anything that you could hide behind.
The hedge. You could duck down and hide behind the stone.
Okay. Yeah. Syl is going to.
The hedges are all very thick.
Yeah. Syl's going to dash, like she's going to double move around the closest to her on the right.
All right. Mark, you're on deck.
So right about there. And just steal herself.
Mark.
Lark's gonna jump off. He's gonna shout, "Ballyhoo!" at Primard as he runs by. And then he's going to, as a bonus action, he's going to cast a Shield of Faith on himself. He's covered with a shimmering, circling, like bunch of flowers and petals just kind of circle around him briefly. And for his action, he's going to cast Moonbeam on the creature.
What's the range on Moonbeam?
120.
You got it.
He misses. I think.
It's still in that square, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So at the start of his turn, does he have to make a save?
Yeah, it's not a attack. Yeah, it's just a Constitution save, a DC 13.
I'd like to make that now.
When it enters the area for the first time.
So now.
On the start of its turn.
And it starts when it starts its turn. So
when it says when it enters, that always happens instantly when you first cast it.
And then when it starts its turn, it'll do it again.
Sounds good. At least that's how I've always done it. So we can look that one up later.
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
Looking at a question just for reference.
I did make the save, though. Go ahead,
Is
Sil.
he a shape changer?
No.
Okay.
Good thought, though.
My question for reference was, how much time does it take to do the Ursali's touch potion? Like,
An
put
action.
it in. An action.
So you could just be like, 6 kobolds in a balloon with an illusion spell and a couple of rods of wonder is what you're saying.
I want to play that game.
We will.
That's the title. Of
Unfortunately, we're playing the game where we're fighting a beholder.
You guys are fighting a beholder. I'm having dinner with a vampire.
Who just gave you a pony?
Let's yeah, I was gonna say
Flying
let's
pony.
not
A magic
compare.
flying pony.
This is apples and watermelons here. This is not the.
I'm still
This is
freaking
apples
out,
and
y'all.
pitchforks.
This is apples and beholders. These are not the same.
Golden apples and
Both
beholders.
round.
Logan, just for reference to Shield of Faith is concentration, as is Moonbeam. So immediately, Shield of Faith just fades away as soon as I.
Okay. No worries. Are you done?
I laugh. Yeah, I'm done. That's all my
Can you click the
actions
button?
and moves.
Can you click the button so we can move on? Thank you. Zreet just zooms forward and lands right behind that hedge, getting cover.
Pearl does the same thing, moving forward to that hedge.
Bear. Foster.
He just goes and runs beside me.
I'm sorry, audience. I am very bad about keeping you in the loop of where things are actually happening. I apologize. Somehow in the future, I'll figure out how to get somebody else to be able to do this part.
Can I,
So the
when he
dwarf-
goes up beside
What?
me as part of his turn, can he kneel down for me to climb on top of him? I mean, as a mount?
That's fine. Way back in the back of the manor, you hear some dwarf grumbling about always being on the wrong side of things. The wizard. Oh, this is the sorcerer. Sorcerer moves up behind Syl and hides with Syl.
Welcome to the party.
Not exactly the party I wanted to have. Primarch.
Primar's gonna stay where he is. He's just gonna hold his bow. He's not running out there.
Okay. Keep your ready to action up.
Correct.
All right. Pesk.
Pesk is going to move forward to the edge of the balcony and just steel herself, starting to call the lightning to her fingertips. And that's my turn.
Okay. Ranger here runs up again. Double moves and hides with the two of you.
You know, at a certain point, this isn't going to be the stealthiest place for me.
GB.
GB spends his turn popping into Pearl's head, looking around, and popping out.
Okay. The two next to you still say, "We're not staying long."
Okay.
The beholder moves forward again, another 20 feet.
Did it make another con save?
Yes, I will. I did not make that one, so give me the damage.
Is it the damage from when I first rolled? No, I'd have to roll it again. Okay, hold on. Seven.
Okay.
Radiant.
The druid turns to dust. The rogue turns to stone. Or is starting to turn to stone. Its legs are petrifying and it's frozen. Are you hiding behind your bear? Is that what I heard?
No, I'm mounted on it. It is my mount. So when he kind of ran up beside me and I climbed on him as a mount.
One of the rays, a creeping sort of energy, reaches forward towards you, just these tendrils whipping around each other. I need you to make me a dexterity save.
Six.
You have
Your
heard
speed
that,
is
right?
halved for 1 minute. You also cannot take reactions. And on your turn, you can either take an action or a bonus action, not both. You get the same save at the end of each of your turns.
Was that directed at me or Foster?
It was directed at you specifically, not Foster. So
Okay.
Foster can still move fine. So you're mobile. You are stuck. As the energy hits you, and you just feel like time just around you slows. You're just like, you feel like you're moving through molasses. Everything you do is just a little bit slower. The petrified rogue turns and throws a dagger over at the beholder and misses, unfortunately, very, very poorly. And end of his turn, he turns to stone. The monk here continues to run. So.
All right. I'm going to. Not that. I'm going to double dash again. Who is that? The petrified person directly?
That is the new statue in the garden. Yes.
Dark, man. Too soon. All right. Yeah. Keeping low and I guess trying to use the new statue a little bit as cover as.
Okay. Are you done?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. And my turn.
Lark.
Lark's going to use his only action to move the moonbeam to on top of the creature again.
Okay.
Same DC 13.
So at this point, because it's only supposed to trigger once a round, it'll happen on his turn every time from here on out.
Yep. That's fine. And
Zreet swoops forward, doing a flyby and buzzing the creature while it screams at it, saying, "Your mother was a hamster!" And it ducks down back there, trying to taunt it to go after it and stay away from the building.
that's one.
That's one's right.
Pearl.
Pearl runs forward and hides behind that bush.
By the way,
Smart cat.
I do owe you guys one from the other night. We never tried to cash it in, so I'll let you guys decide when you want to use that.
Ah, yes. Perfect. Or not. Or horrible.
Well, it will always be either good for you or bad for them, because I'm the one that did
Gotcha.
it.
Gotcha. Saved by the arbitrary rule, potentially.
I'm sorry. Can I end the turn with that? Does that work? Oh, it does
Yes.
work. Okay, sorry. I didn't realize it was
Magic.
the same for the animals.
As long as you can control it, you can do it.
All right, so Foster is going to continue to move up with me on top of him. Double move.
The dwarf continues his grumbling. You almost think for a moment as the sorceress is running as fast as she can across, trying to get to the next hedge, that she miscalculated and went too far. And at the last moment, Misty steps forward and crouches down behind the bush next to Syl. But Syl, as she gets there and collapses down and starts panting, you realize that she did miscalculate. She just had a way to save herself. Primarch.
Primarch will lean around the corner and raise his palm up and begin to slowly move his hand across the front of the building. And as he does, a wind begins to pick up at his feet, and a wind wall appears in the front of the building.
All right. You should have something that could probably do as a wind wall. Do the fog cloud, and you can shape it the way you want it.
I don't think we can change the shape of the spell effects.
Oh, really?
I'm sure you can.
I'll do it. What size is it supposed to be?
It's a 50-foot long, 15-foot high wall at any shape however I want, as long as it's 50 feet long.
1 foot thick.
1 foot thick. So it's going to be right in front of the building. So it has to pass through it to get into here.
Right there. Right?
It'll probably be a little longer, but yeah, I mean, it's not going to matter because it's right in front of the building. You can't really get too far.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Could you move it?
It's one
slightly
more.
to the left?
8, 9,
So I
that's
can
10.
get past it.
You're measuring center to center. Measure edge
I
to
am.
edge.
That makes sense. Okay. Sorry.
All right.
I probably would leave a little bit of gap on the far end for someone to pass by it if they needed to. There you go.
Well, keep in mind it's only a foot thick, so it's not taking up that entire 5-foot square.
True.
There you go.
That's very cool.
That's my turn. Sorry.
All right.
There you go.
Heska's gonna call out to Primarch. I can't protect him from back here. You okay with these guys?
I got this. You go on ahead.
Okay.
Stormy will be with you.
Cora, be with you. And she jumps off and runs over to the edge and lets out a line of lightning directly at it. So I will need a dexterity save, please. As she calls the lightning from down from out of the wind wall to strike directly. I'm so sorry. I missed what you said. I apologize.
Failed.
So 17 points of lightning damage as the crackle comes out of the wall of wind. And that is my turn.
All right. The ranger moves up and just ducks over here. Takes a couple of shots. All of which miss, and then ducks back. GB.
GB finally casts the spell that he had prepared by giving the pepper, and you see fire just start brimming from the cat's mouth.
Glass cannon, glass cannon.
Glass cat, glass cat.
Yep.
The beholder moves forward. Actually, no. The beholder stops and turns and starts heading over towards the one that was taunting it, moving 20 feet, searching for it. And
Needs another DC save too.
failed.
6 points of radiant.
Glass cat, go get you, beholder. Run!
From its height, it can see the dwarf here. We'll do an attack on. He stops mid-stride and kind of just goes rigid. Doesn't look like he's being petrified, but just merely paralyzed for the moment. Doesn't look too serious or permanent. Right before that, you're in, ah, dang.
I love his pluck. The cut of his dwarf jib.
The monk continues to run.
I think the monk's got a solid plan here.
The monk was listening to directions.
He
Shit went
took it
south.
as failure immediately. It's like, oh, plan's dead.
All hail the king!
Still, you're up.
Okay. What is that?
Pillars.
Okay. Syl would like to run behind that pillar.
Okay. They may not give you full cover.
Better than nothing.
Yes, it will be.
She's
And
made of
then-
stone, though. She can just, like, camouflage into it.
What's the worst it gonna do? Paralyze me? Or what was it? Petrify
Yes,
me?
that's a
That's the
possibility.
Okay. And then I'm gonna dash again. Or run again. Behind this pillar.
All right.
And then I'm going to rage.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Really? I had no idea.
I just figure, now if I rage at the end of my turn, do I still have to have hit during my turn? Does my rage go away, or is it just till the end of my next turn? Okay. Sorry, I should know.
That'd be silly. It's a gray area. I think it's fine.
Okay.
All right.
Do I get another DC save, or am I?
You do. At the end of your turn, you would have gotten one.
Oh, my last turn? Okay. 17.
17?
7.
Okay.
Don't you guys have hero dice?
Yeah.
Sounds like a great.
I'm going to use one now at this point. I actually think.
You can stack as many as you want, by the way.
And you can do them one at a time. Makes 12.
I'll use one more.
That's 18. You happy with that?
You never know. I'm gonna go with that.
You succeed.
Yay. Now, what's the word? Do I have to, in order to move, can Foster go on my turn? Can he give up his next turn? What's your call on that?
That's fine.
Okay.
You want him to delay until you go so you can go right before or after him?
No, you know what? Actually, I'm just going to move on my own. We're going to split up, so.
Okay.
So I'm going to double move behind that bush.
All right.
Right there. And end my turn.
Okay. Zreet pops up and zooms down, distracting the beholder once again and zooming back behind this area. Giving the aid action to Syl. Or the help action. Pearl.
Pearl moves 10 feet and 10 feet and unleashes a burst of fire. I need a dex save DC 15.
Nope. Very bad at dex.
That's 10 fire damage. And then Pearl realizes, oh god, that's a... and then runs backwards. To be behind the same bush. End of turn.
Foster moves up. I tell him to move up and wait to attack till next turn, if given the opportunity. And I say, crouch.
The dwarf is still paralyzed.
Oh, dang.
And this, the sorcerer here, not wanting to come out from hiding, starts to throw up sparks and random magics to distract and hopefully draw the beholder this way, keeping it away from the houses. And as we start round 4, we're going to go into moments. And here's how we're going to do it today. You're each going to get an opportunity to do a moment. You may spend a hero die, which I know you all have plenty of, to do a second moment to try to save someone or stop something from happening. You may also spend a hero die to describe how you avoid one of the eye stalk rays that will be hitting you after I describe the beam. But you'll only be able to do 2 out of those 3, because each of you are going to get 3 action. We're going to go fairly quickly here through the moments, so we can get to the point where we can wrap this up. So Prime Heart, please describe your first moment throughout this battle. Now, moments for the audience, we are going out of initiative, we're going out of rolling dice. We're going to roll some when you guys start to take some of the eye stalks. That'll be the only time we roll to see how bad it is. But during moments, these are the big moments that the players have during the combat. And normally, a lot of times we do this when we know that there's a foredrawn conclusion and there's no way that the players really will lose. But in this case, there's still quite a bit of danger. But these are the epic moments that you'll have. So these are the moments where you're going to be damaging or hurting or healing, not necessarily helping or stopping. So Primeheart, what is your big moment? What is your big distinguishing moment today?
As the beholder is making its way through the wind wall, Primeheart is going to launch his arrow, and as he does, it will go straight into the eye stalk, or straight into the center eye, and then he will fake or motion to make another one as his spiritual weapon, a flurry of arrows, comes down to the top of it and pierces into the top of it as well.
I love it. So one of the things you had noticed as you started getting into this fight is that a lot of your magic items had stopped working. Maybe somebody took a healing potion and it just failed in the moment as the eye is focused on you. You don't have enough of them to really notice as it happens, but occasionally you just start to see these things. After piercing the center eye, the beholder no longer would open its eye, and from that moment on, it would no longer have that ability. Pesk.
Pesk would be spending a lot of her time getting up closer to Syl and Lark, anyone who fights up close, so that she can be a pocket healer, basically, and try and get to them. So, but at one point she does manage to get herself behind the beholder, and as her favorite thing to do right now is thrust her hand up onto it from behind and cast Inflict Wounds, and crush the Storm Silk as she does to unleash lightning through it.
Roll me a d10.
Go Pesk, go Pesk. 7.
The ray that had the eye stalk where the ray had shot out and hit the druid and made them fall asleep. That eye ray with your lightning shrivels and just goes limp at its side, and no longer seems to be working after your strike.
And then she would turn as her bonus action and cast a mass healing word to bring Syl and Lark both up higher, and anyone else around in her range up higher again. So damaging in one hand and healing with the other.
Perfect.
GB mostly stayed next to the house, using Pearl as a conduit. He had to move forward a little bit during combat to actually communicate with him effectively, but he stayed as close as he could to the house and under cover. And at one point, Pearl darts behind Syl, and Syl disappears. And she can do with that what she will.
Excellent. I'm going to finish all your moments before I go back to mine.
Are we describing our hero dice moments now, or are you coming back around?
No, as we go back around and I describe some of the things the beholder will do, you can spend hero dice to jump in and intercede.
Okay.
So
Syl's gonna take the opportunity of being invisible to climb up on that very, very thick hedge and jump the fuck onto the beholder.
Nice.
And she will proceed to try to, ring an eye stalk to get purchase and just wail on it with her hammer, one-handed. If she can jump on it, I guess, is the point. Spend a hero die to try to jump on it.
Okay. So what do you do when you're on it?
The idea being if I see its eye stalks moving, I'd want to try to grapple an eye stalk, but at least at first I'm hitting the shit out of it while trying to hold on so that I don't fall off it.
So you're basically like using it like a golf tee and knocking the eyeball the hell out of there.
Kinda, yeah.
All right, roll me a D10.
2.
The one that struck the dwarf towards the back is now limp and Lark.
Lark, having seen Syl jump on top of it.
Well,
and,
he saw her on top of it. He
Yeah.
didn't see the jump.
yeah, appear on top of it is.
Also, remember, things don't need to happen in order.
Yeah.
You
No,
can
but this
just
is
destroy
fine.
that, so.
He may have been trying to do something similar, of course, but this time he's gonna go run and slide underneath it. I'm assuming it's floating, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he takes his double action attack with his battle axe and takes 2 swings at 2 different tentacles.
That looks amazing.
That is very cool. I'll have to let Tessa know she needs to turn that off when she gets back.
Yep.
You guys, I had a moment of
she-
like, why is everybody laughing at me? And I said tentacles.
No,
I said,
no,
did
it
I
was
just
not
say
you.
testicles? Like, I thought I may have just
Right underneath
No,
that
so
holder.
As
right
you're
there.
striking one of the tentacles, I'm not sure if you can see what that was, Tessa. But your lightning stays on in front. When you go to your break screen, your lightning stays on.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Sorry about that. So, Mark, as you go for
Never
the
mind.
the delicate tentacles underneath, roll me a d10.
Just one? I had 2 attacks.
Me too, but we had to hit it a couple times.
Yeah, it's fine. 6.
That one you had not seen shoot before. All right. Zreet is going to pop up and swoop over. She's a major NPC. Swoops over, and as Syl's on top of it and Lark's hitting it in the giblies, just comes down, starts pecking at one of the eyes, and kind of just gets a big old chunk out of it and flies off. Okay. That's sad. That helps make up for GB not getting an eye stock. What the hell? Pearl, we'll go ahead and let your animals do some stuff. Pearl?
Pearl, throughout the
Well,
fight.
Pearl's kind of been a part of what you've been doing, right?
Yeah, yes,
Pearl's
Pearl
one
was
who's
involved
living
in
on
the
it.
invisibility. Yeah.
Okay. Is the spell doing anything, or the bear?
Yeah, I'm going to tell him, I'm going to point at the beholder and say dinner. And I'd like him, he gets a claw and a bite. So he's going to claw at one of the testicles and then bite at it.
Tentacles.
Tentacles, yes.
Lower
Okay, give me-
tentacle.
Roll me a d10. And then that's only 4 or 5. Who did I miss? Oh, Gabby's not there.
10.
Sildana sips her tea.
The most menacing of all of the stalks is just bitten and ripped right the fuck off by your bear.
Starts
Oh,
chewing.
yeah. I mean, good boy.
At one point, Aldian stepped out and drew his bow and arrow and took a single shot. And he... All right. All right. Oh, I have to reroll that. That's why.
So was the most vicious looking eye stalk, was that the one with pink eye or something? Like what was vicious about it?
It had a menacing eyebrow.
The beholder has his enchanted visine.
right, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the stocks are useless during. Well, not necessarily, because it's different parts of the. So we're going to go around real quick here. I don't think I'm going to do 3 each. I think I'm just going to do 2 each. So Lark, at one point, the same ray that hit the monk that's somewhere still running, this kind of hauntingly ghost-like ray shoots out and is coming for you. Did you want to try to avoid? Or did you want to spend a hero die to avoid it? I guess is my thing. You can spend 1 hero die to avoid 1 ray, or somebody else could spend 1 to make you.
I'm going to. Do I get another one to save somebody else?
One
Later,
or the
you
other.
can spend a different one to save somebody else as well.
All right, then yeah, I'll spend another hero die to.
Okay, so describe how you jump out of the way of this blast.
I'm gonna assume that it was while I was under it, and I just continue to just go into a roll.
So you see, like rolling out of the way as these beams are just shooting down the ground. Beautiful. Yeah. GB, yours looks like kind of this just brilliant, colorful energy. It looks almost fun, although it's kind of muted for you.
I mean,
just a beam.
Yes, I'm
it's
using
not a rainbow beam.
I'm using one of the ones that our wonderful viewer Fennec Wolfchild provided me.
All right. So describe how you get out of the way of this beam.
So,
probably after it's up closer to the house at this point.
I think GB freaked out a little at the fact that this beam was coming at him, and magical energy just burst forth, and he just, without even realizing it, reckless cast, and just puffed into a puff of smoke and turned into gaseous form, which allowed him to just levitate out of the way.
Nice. And that's what I've decided you've done with the air stocks hitting it. Later, as the combat goes on, it would have its brain is still trying to send beams from those, because it's all random with which beams go out. So as it's trying to send those information out, the beams out, they're not working anymore. So that's why there's less and less attacks as the combat goes on. So, it starts out with 3 attacks a round, later it might be 2, and then as you kill more and more, it becomes 1 or 2 or 3, depending on which eye stocks get rolled. Prime Hearts. The same one that struck all the way at the back of the house where the dwarf was, that one races down and is coming for you. I don't remember how I described it, I'm sorry.
The paralyzing one?
Yeah, it's the paralyzing one.
I'll spend a hero die. And as he does, he'll move out of the way, and his gauntlet will get caught on like the stonework, and he'll pull his hand out of the gauntlet as the gauntlet is just frozen in place by this paralyzing ray, and he'll just look up at it and flip it off because it just took his holy symbol away from him.
Pesk.
What?
This one is greenish and black swirling ray is coming towards you. Looks almost thick, like it's tar flying through the air.
She's going to. I'm just going to hero die to avoid it, and is going to just kind of instinctually do like a little thunder wave and push herself back out of the way of the out of the bolt flying away.
That's a neat idea. And Syl. This one is the same one that struck the druid up front. It's kind of a cloudy, sort of haunting one. Not the wispy, ghostly one, but this one more looks like soft and cloudy.
Syl's in her rage state, but also like sort of hyper aware of what's going on. sort of sees that eye aiming at her and just sort of rams forward with her hammer and like does this really hard uppercut into the eye stalk because she's still sort of clinging on, but she let go so she could double swing at it with her both hands. And there's just this burst of light that sort of like hopefully trying to make it see spots a little bit, but she just like swung so hard she fell off the beholder. But it was like, nope, gotta put everything into this one. So yeah, she ended up on the floor.
Perfect. This time around, you cannot spend to save yourself. Somebody else will have to spend to save you. And we're going to go back to Tarp. Lark. This one is kind of a cold, grayish sort of granite. You saw it strike the rogue earlier. As it's coming towards him, who wants to step up and save Lark? GB.
So Lark is running forward, trying to get at someone to help them, and GB sees this eye stalk sort of like training after him, and so he casts Hold Person on him, and he drops to the floor out of the way of the eye stalk, and then GB drops the concentration on it, and he can move again.
Excellent. Love that. So go ahead and spend your hero die.
Yep.
GB. This one is dark and red, and you've seen it twice already, and there was nothing left after it was hit. Syl
is still underneath the beholder, and she goes all alligator wrestler on it and just gets her hands up in its mouth and like tries to pry its jaw up, so it just goes and aims up.
Beautiful. Prime Heart. This one is just sickly black energy coming out of the most menacing. Pesk.
Pesk is gonna bite it off. She's just gonna bite. No more tentacle.
All right, so you go down, pull it right off, and spit it onto the ground.
You crunch that beholder.
It's a spaghetti noodle.
Gross.
Ew.
Thanks. I hate it.
Pesk. Are we Pesk? Pesk. This one looks like just like what did I miss? Was it supposed to be Primarch?
No, my bad.
Oh, you're gonna do it. So this one has just wind. It looks like just like gale force winds, like just water and debris just blowing through something super quickly. Primarch?
Primeheart is going to. It seems like he put his hand back in the glove and pull his hand forward and pull the wind wall and cast it again, but kind of swirls down and underneath it, and then up, right straight underneath it to cause the eye to begin to tear up as this wind is blowing into it, and it just shoots up into the air.
Beautiful. And then Syl. That same sickly black energy. Go ahead, Lark.
Go ahead. No, I was gonna be the one.
Yeah.
What did this energy do?
This is the one that comes out of the really mean eye. You guys haven't seen what it does. It's a sickly, just black ray of energy.
It's probably fine.
I was hoping.
It's cuddles and puppies.
Well, we'll see what happens. He's.
They're just going like, okay, what happens, Logan?
Yeah, no. He's going to use, Misty Step.
To do what?
To Misty Step at the creature and kind of grab onto it.
Okay.
GB.
Grab onto it, not stand in the way.
He was thinking about it, honestly, because Lark, but he's just trying to.
Clearly been in this fight for the last 3 minutes to see every eye is bad.
Yeah. He's going to try to Misty Step at it and kind of grab it and kind of distract it so that the beam would miss.
Shake
All
it.
right, so you just grab it and basically just get in there and you slap it. You slap it. Slap
Give
it
it
away.
a bear hug.
Bear hug. Got it. Perfect.
Arms and legs.
As the battle continues and rages on with all of this going around, we have one last little bit of business. There are still several NPCs all around the combat. As the beholder raises an eye stalk towards Zarit, the red, dark, deep red energy that leaves people dust.
Are we allowed to use hero die still?
You each can spend one more hero die for this part.
That's all I have. Those are all the ones that I have given. We can use the ones that we've saved up too, right?
Yes, of course. I will warn that there are more NPCs than there are of you.
I want to save Street. So just as this ray is about to start shooting out of this eye stalk, magic missiles come in and just like carpet bomb alongside the tentacle, and it knocks it down.
Perfect. This sorceress finally gets the guts up to step out. I mean, she'd thrown a few spells here and there, but mostly passive and trying to assist people. She comes out and she starts to throw actual spells. And then in return, the beholder turns and sends that cloudy sort of ray towards it. The twisting and swirling, fluffy sort of energy that almost hit Syl and earlier hit the druid. And it strikes her, and she falls asleep.
You wake up from sleep. That's okay.
The ranger
Yes,
back
sir.
here. The same grayish sort of stone-like ray shoots out, the one that hit the rogue earlier at the ranger. And it strikes her. She starts to turn to stone and then recovers.
That's my bud. I don't know your name.
Purposely.
Sure.
Wasn't because you were being rude.
It was because Pesk didn't ask their name
True. That's usually one of the first things
or
that
announce
does.
it when they came in.
I'm not going to do Pearl. The dwarf. After recovering, he runs up. And the colorful ray that almost hit GB earlier streaks over after him. And strikes him. And you hear, "Ah, dang." And
I
he
knew no
goes-
matter what he was going to be
He
entertaining.
puts down the his weapon and goes, "You know what? This guy's okay." And he just kind of sits down and waits.
Oh my god.
That would have been really charming if that happened to me.
So defeated.
I'm going to find
the
out
last
that guy's
bastion
name.
of the battle is up at the house. The disintegrate beam has hit and destroyed part of the wall. And inside it reveals this wizard finishing up the last remnants of the spell and Aldeon. Most of the eye stock's gone. The only one that seems to be working well, that is going to do anything serious, is the disintegrate ray. And it targets the wizard. All the hands go down. And,
No.
and it targets the wizard. Lark, your hand was up first.
Yep. I'm going to. I ask Ursali to forgive me. I use speak with animals and I look around for a nut, and I throw it and tell a dire squirrel to go chase after it in the line of the beam.
Because those are in my garden.
Oh
Yeah, oh yeah. There's dire squirrels everywhere now. We discovered that. So a dire squirrel sacrifices its life for a nut to save the wizard. I love it.
no! With its last words, it goes, worth it.
The same beam turns onto Aldeon just as the last remnants go. Pesk, go ahead.
Pesk, seeing this, is just going to reach out for the tentacle and cast Dispel Magic into it as it comes out.
Okay, beautiful. So you reach up and you cast a spell magic right as it's on. You're all just kind of collected over this beast. Who has not spent hero dice during this session, or during this last part? So
You mean the saving
Primeheart?
other people thing?
The saving other people part. Syl and Primeheart, please together describe your moment when you take down the beholder.
Primeheart would have cast spike growth on the walls, and then he would have rammed into it and tried to drag it against the wall. And we should head out towards Syl.
And Syl was a little behind everybody and takes a running charge at the thing while it's up against the wall and does her Gallagher routine.
So the creature is grabbed by these tentacles and slammed against the wall and drugged, just leaving a streak of this kind of reddish, purplish blood as Syl comes up, pulling her sledgehammer back and slamming into the wall. The hammer eventually hitting stone, but a lot of the creature cracking in half like a pumpkin and just falling to the ground. All of its tentacles flopping to the side. Aldeon and the wizard nod and finish their business.
Syl wipes some of the beholder. Was that magenta you described? Or like purpley red? And just like puts a handprint on the wall. Like, this is mine.
As we cut back to Sildana, finishing up a very pleasant meal with actual conversation for the first time.
Yeah, a bit, but like she's still being kind of reserved like she usually is, but she is making it seem like she's a little more open right now, but still being reserved. So open, not too open. Like she does.
As you guys are finishing up your conversation, and I'm going to say it sounds like you open up at least a little bit, right? You talk a little bit more about things that don't really matter than you would normally.
Elaborate, like things that don't really matter, like such as.
So it's just small talk. Do you guys get to a point where you're at least having small talk?
Yes. Yeah, that's what she's doing.
Conversational level.
Yes, that's what she's doing.
He seems to be really enjoying himself and is very, very happy. And you guys are sitting there finishing up, and he starts cutting the pie for the two of you. And he gives you a slice, and it actually looks okay inside. It looks just like apples, simple apple pie.
This music is intense. And she'll eat she'll eat a bit.
Tea time to the extreme.
And he gets, he sits there and he goes to take the bite of pie, the only bite that you know he'll have. And he stops and he drops his fork and he doubles over.
What's wrong?
And he just, his hand starts shaking and he puts it down on the ground. And there's no real sounds coming from him, but he heaves a little bit and gets down on all fours and puts his hand up to assure you, it seems. And he shakes a bit and he drops all the way down to the ground and kind of doubles over and holds himself together as he twitches. Blood starts coming from his eyes as he starts crying. Just little tears, streaks of blood. As he looks up at you and realizes your horror, he tries to hide his face, but not before you catch a glimpse of the fangs that have grown in his mouth. He rolls over and turns away from you. He continues to shake a bit and then stops. All in all, it took maybe a few moments. It felt like forever. Gervais standing holding onto the rope of your new friend, standing next to the footman, who turns and runs off to get help. And the king sits up, his back still to you, breathing heavily. He stops and he reaches back, blood on his hands from his face as he grabs his napkin and brings it to his face. Only when he's fully satisfied that he's somewhat clean, his hand's still shaking. He turns, a little bit of staining right in the corner of the eyes still. As he looks at you, he looks softer than ever. And he stops and he puts his hand on his chest and what happened?
Saldana has no words. She is shaking from watching that. And after a moment,
did you do this? Did you rid me of my curse?
She's still shaking. She's just looking at him.
He just kind of sits down and holds his legs close to him, unsure of what to do.
She kneels in front of him. I'm sorry. I hope you could have some semblance of peace. And she starts using the ring to cast the spell.
Pull the ring up. Yes, no. What are you doing?
She begins to cast the spell.
I didn't do it. And the ring glows warmly in the center. Stone vanishes as you cast Disintegrate through a wish as a level 8 spell. Very little chance that anybody could stop it. Hold on 1 second. And he turns to dust in front of you.
Saldana is just covering her face and she's sobbing. And she is shaking. And she's just sitting there in shock at what she did and just not really reacting to anything around her.
Javea comes over and just kneels next to you. Put some hand on your shoulder.
He was so terrified.
Did what you had to.
I don't think I did the right thing. I think I just made a horrible mistake.
A few moments later, footmen and several of the other guards come rushing out.
Saldana is clinging to Javea as she's crying.
Where is he? Where's the king? They start looking around. Find him. Spread out. They all scatter, start looking. One of the footmen come over and kneel next to you. Lady Saldana, where is the king?
She looks at the dust.
Are you saying that is the king? Are you saying the king is dead?
I watched him die right before me.
What happened? Did somebody come?
I don't... I'm sorry, I can't right now.
Alright. And he stands up. Looks at Javea and says, we should get her inside. We're going to cut back over to the other group. As you guys are standing there, the ritual is finished. Aldeon nods and says, well, it's only a matter of time now.
Are you hurt?
Fine. Let's
Good.
go and tend to the wounded and the dead.
Okay. The people that were petrified, do I know if I can save them?
There are ways to do it. You will have to research it. Greater Restoration, I believe, it does it as well.
Yeah,
So-
greater, not lesser.
Still takes extra care with those that have been petrified.
Jastra.
Point them away from the walkway so that Soldan doesn't have to see these people that probably have a frightened look in their eyes as they were petrified.
Jastra, who I forgot was in that fight completely. My fault completely. She's just that.
She was researching heavily in the library.
She was involved in the ritual.
She was,
There you go.
she was probably helping with the rituals, more likely. She comes out and says, I need to speak with you, the five of you.
Oh, okay.
And she pulls you aside, and she goes and sits down at a table, and looks defeated. She's like, I made a mistake. I thought I could sweep all of our mistakes under the rug, and I wasn't. She'll probably never speak to me again.
What is it? What happened?
Still, Afra invited you to the boat lift on purpose. She had discovered that you could infect other airshell. She thought that Pinball would help if it was you discover a cure. And this whole time, we had thought that with the king dying, that everything would be done and buried, but I can't be that person anymore. I have to be better for my daughter. We are the ones who summoned the Leviathan. And she just looks down.
Syl had stopped glowing because her rage had dropped, but there is a fritzing of flickering light deep in her chest.
Why?
We were different people.
That's not an answer.
We were trying to cover up what we had done. What we had done to poor Imelda, what we had done to this world. We were trying to cover it up.
You tried to cover up mistakes by destroying the city?
Have you never made a mistake and then tried to cover it up with something and then realized that, you just have to do one little thing and then that mistake will look right, and then oops, there's another hole, and you try to cover up that one, and every time you fill another hole, you make one bigger behind it. We were different people, and then we locked everything away so none of us could talk, so none of us could say anything, and we even forgot it ourselves. And then we remembered. I can't be that person anymore. Saldana has shown me a different way to live. I will do whatever I can to make it right, and then I will leave, or whatever it takes, or face punishment.
All we have to do is find every member and make them atone for what you've done.
Fine.
You've done a horrifying thing.
Many horrifying things.
But you're a new person, so you must atone.
Where is Afra?
I don't know. We should... Sultana, she's never going to forgive me.
Well, Afra doesn't know that we know. So we'll go meet with her.
I have to get to Sultana.
Just know, Jastra, don't run away, because I'll find you. Please don't do that.
I want to make this right. As right as I can. I have to get to Sultana. I have to go.
Is there a table nearby?
Yep.
Near her?
Yep.
She's sitting at
Several
it.
tables.
Syl takes her hammer and smashes that table.
I can't be here anymore.
Jastra gets up and starts heading for the door.
Let's find Saldana.
Foster's going to get up and go over to Lark, and he's going to mount up, and he's going to motion to Jastra to hop on back, and then we will run. I know where she is. And attempt to bring
Almost looks like she's going to cry.
Jastra to Saldana.
Syl stays near Pesk. Does pretty much identically the thing she did for her earlier that day. Just arm on her and trying to physically and emotionally support her.
At the moment, I am doing this for Saldana.
I know.
Let's go.
So who all is going to the castle? Everyone? No one? Just Lark?
Question. Yeah, I guess. Never mind. I'll go.
Is Pesk going?
No.
Syl will stay with her.
Primarch stays with Pesk.
GB?
GB goes with Lark.
So Lark, Jastra, and GB arrive at the Saldana, will you have allowed yourself to be helped inside the house? Can't hear you.
That may be on purpose.
No, it's just Discord being weird. Yeah, she could barely stand on her own. She's just shaking so much, and she's leaning more on Javea than the footman. She's just shaking and crying.
One of the a few minutes later, the cleric who married you, blanking on her name. Any chance?
Helia, I think it was.
Helia. That's it.
Helia, yeah.
Helia arrives by carriage. She'd been close by, evidently. And she comes in. And she comes over and sits next to Saldana. Saldana. Saldana.
Yes.
What's wrong?
I can't. He didn't deserve that.
Didn't deserve what?
He didn't deserve the way he was killed.
How was he killed?
He turned to dust before my very eyes.
Was it magic?
I believe so, yes.
You seem very upset.
It was horrible to watch. Something else happened to him, and I don't know how to explain it. It was all just so horrifying to see.
I felt it. It was evil leaving. She holds up a small holy symbol. He and I were connected.
She just starts crying again.
She'll hold you for a few minutes. Come with me. I have something to show you. And she takes your hand and helps you up and starts heading you to part of the castle. To the temple.
She's following, not really saying anything, not really looking. Just following along.
She takes you into the temple and walks up the large aisle up to the altar. You know, he spent most of his time here, praying for that evil to leave him. And it happened when he was near you.
What do you mean?
You just said that it happened before your eyes. The evil left. Maybe it's a blessing through you. Do you think that God took him? That one of the gods called him and turned his form to ash?
Perhaps there was something out there that wanted to go. But I don't know anymore. So much uncertainty about what happened that night. It's all a blur for me. I still don't know how to process it all.
Do you think somebody killed him?
Yes, I think someone did. There's been a lot of attacks lately, maybe. I don't know.
It was dangerous for him to be outside at this time. With organizations like the Five and others, it's very, very dangerous.
May I have some time alone, please?
Not yet. There was one thing, and she pulls one of the books out from under the altar and opens it up. There was some magic we'd found that could remove his curse. It required several strange Fey artifacts. But it was only temporary. It only would have lasted a day, I believe. But would have weakened him significantly. Do you think that's what might have happened?
He seemed like he was in pain, like something afflicted him. And there was blood streaming from his eyes.
That sounds like it might have been this. The true visage of what lies beneath is torn through the material plane. It's actually seen physically. She closes the book and puts it underneath. Do you think it's a good thing that he is gone?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you want him back?
No.
He always was very sure that he had not committed any of the crimes that people accused him of. He had a hard time speaking about them, but sometimes in certain confessions, he could. That's how strong his faith was. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything you've had to go through and everything you've had to see, and if you want, I will try to convince him to let you go. Completely. You would no longer be queen. And she reaches down and pulls something underneath the altar. The entire altar starts to slide aside, and she pushes it, it just rolls completely uneasy. And underneath is a large metal coffin. Or a box. A coffin size, not shape. Several years ago, he was concerned about assassins and the like, and he had some powerful magics created. And she reaches down, and she pulls a clasp on this very dusty old container and pops it open. Inside, there's this kind of viscous green fluid, and floating inside of it is a naked Earl Goodsberry. He'll be up in a few moments. If you want to leave, now might be the time. And she looks a little stern.
Saldana starts. She's staring at this for a moment, and then she turns and starts leaving.
You might want to know, we hypothesized with several magic users and diviners that if he was killed during that 24 hours, he might not come back as a vampire. And she just looks down and starts to pull the body out of the liquid.
Saldana shakily walks out of the chapel, and when she's out of eyesight, she bolts for her private chambers.
As the rest of you arrive,
there's one more thing I'm doing, actually. I cast Sending to Aldeon. It's he has another body. Some of the full. So he might be alive still. And I don't know what to do when he awakens. That's all she says.
Plan B, get out now.
Javea will leaving, and she grabs her personal handbag, and she starts heading downstairs.
As Javea runs downstairs to grab your new foal, picks it up and starts carrying it out to the front door, and you dart out with. As you get outside, you see Lark running up with your mother and GB and his bear.
We have to leave. Plan B.
You didn't do it.
He has another body, another physical form, and it might awaken soon.
Saldana,
And I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if he'll have the same memories. I don't know if he's...
Saldana, listen to me. Listen to me, and please. Someday, please figure out how you can forgive me. He didn't do any of those things. Victor did. Victor summoned the Leviathan. Victor created the Nocturne. Victor did everything.
You were a part of that?
She nods and steps back and looks down. We used him. We fabricated him, and then we made ourselves forget, so we would never know. It's all come flooding back these last few days.
I can't be here. And she's not going into care, she just starts walking in the direction of Reynard Banner.
You need to hop on.
I don't want to be with her.
She's not coming. She hopped off Foster, correct?
Correct, yeah, Jasper's not coming.
Yeah.
Jasper steps back.
You are coming with us. We will go wherever you want, wherever you feel like you'd be safe.
I don't know anymore.
Jastra watches you guys walk away or run or leave or whatever, and starts to back up a little bit as you do, and starts crying, and then just turns and starts heading into the castle.
Saldana does not look back at her.
As you guys are leaving and heading down the road and around, the boat lift starts moving. Faster than anybody's ever seen it move. It starts to crack, and you hear loud sounds that echo throughout the entire city of this machine straining. 5 minutes later, 1/6 the time it normally takes for a half revolution, it lands. Aldion can be seen somewhere on the edge of the crescent. And at the edge, next to the castle, along the road, standing, having climbed up over the cliff, several of these sea and wood elves. They look like druids and shamans. They seem to be casting some sort of ritual. The water starts rushing, moving aside, lifting, as something underneath the water large starts to move towards the castle. A moment later, nothing. And then bursting from the water, the Leviathan, a creature larger than the castle itself. Somewhere between a shark and a dragon, with dark skin and yellow mottled spots, huge teeth and mouth that could swallow entire buildings as it collapses down onto the castle, pushing half the castle over the cliff down to the sea below. It continues to stomp and writhe against the castle for a few moments, pushing as much as possible down into the sea, and then sliding over the cliff and dropping into the ocean itself, leaving dust and debris in its wake. And that's the end of Arc 1. Thank you all for joining us. We'll see you back on Tuesday for the opening of Arc 2. And we might take a couple of days to just visit with a few people and see how they're doing in the city before we get too heavy into it. Of course, we've got our big charity drive coming up. Thank you all for your support for Trevor Project. And if anybody has any concerns or needs some aftercare and needs to talk to someone, I'm available. Logan@nerdsmith.org, or you can find us on our Discord channel. I'd be happy to just tag me. I'll be happy to discuss anything anybody'd like. I thank you very much for coming on this journey with us, and I hope that I only hurt you the right amount. Good night, everyone.